table. I'll hand over the mic to them and please enlighten us on what you really enjoyed listening to yesterday. I'll just start at the SNME's table, please.
Thank you very much. Maybe an overview for me. I really enjoyed everyone coming together, raising their hands, like the likes of our Yomairos, Starlink, and everyone who came, who are willing to work with us and assist us in what we are wanting to do, and everyone wanting to also be part of the value chain, or Gogo, the resellers, and everyone, just to show that this thing is for everyone. And it'll be a model that I think many will want to be part of. Thank you.
For me, everyone commented us on the synergy we have working together. But today we want to get that feel from the stakeholders as well. We don't get that feel. That's what I.
Maybe I can hand over to our stakeholders. Can I just...
Yeah, I think our takeaway from yesterday, being here and obviously listening to everyone, is that there's definitely challenges that I think we obviously need to, work out, but there's also a lot of success stories. And it's definitely good. And I think the message, really hits home with us, where it's all about connecting South Africans. That's what it's about, getting connectivity to as many people as possible. And for me, that's something that really stands out. It's not about the money, it's not about anything else, but it's about that vision to connect South Africa and just get as many people connected, changing people's lives. So yeah, that's obviously why we're here. That's why we've been, supporting this from 6 years ago. It's because we believe in the cause as well.
Good morning, colleagues. I think in short for me is we have the challenges, but what I picked up and what I can take out of this is that the solutions are also here. We actually have the solutions right at this table. What is really missing, like Comrade Larry was saying, is just the willingness for us to work together and solve the problems that are in front of us. If we do that, tomorrow we can be up and running.
Thank you very much. Grannies, can I please have... Oh, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity of having to say something about what transpires this day. We saw an entrepreneurial opportunity. Unfortunately, most of what was spoken was above our heads. But we want to engage, we want to get to know the connectivity part of it as much as anyone can be able to sit down with us and explain. We are willing to be part. We are conversing about it as we're seated here, and we think we really want to explore the possibility of joining in with the people who started the whole thing. Thank you so much for making and giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Granny. Can we have someone from Chesterville, please?
Sit in. Sit in. Sanibonani. Siyabonga izolo indlela okukhulunywa ngakhona ngoWayaMore ukuthi usizaphi kanjani. Uyasiza kakhulu ebantwaneni bethu nje ngoba befunda nje nathi swa eChesterville and usizile la ihlala khona kakhulu abantu abacomplain ngedatha nje liza ngemali encane and abantwana bayaqhubeka bayaphambili kakhulu. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Innocent, all the way from Mpumalanga. The most exciting thing that I had yesterday, firstly, is the Grannies program, of which I really, really want to see next year, as the president has said that we are hosting an e-sporting next year. I just want to beat the Grannies in it. And the most touching one that I love and I wish to hear about today, it's the contributions of the suppliers of where we get the products to push the program of South Africa being connected.
Thank you very much. The last table before we go back.
Sanbona, my name is Sihle from Chesterfield. What I learned yesterday and what people I've told them, I've heard that e-voucher will decrease from 500 to 250. So, so as this samba, most people can afford to buy it because abanye beshawe imali imtshete no rand yabo, so that's bengawazi umdayise. So since ngizokuthiwa kuzokwenzeka lehla amaxabiso, so I didn't tell them until the price could be dropped. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll kindly wait for that confirmation, Harry. If we don't hear from the press himself, so that maybe he can confirm the 3 rand today, maybe, hey?
Hey, Kaz, I have to use this thing.
Yes, yes, please. For recording, please. You are recording, yeah, please. Yes, please.
See, that's why I don't like attending my events. And
The live streaming is important.
hey, now I must use this thing. All right. You see what we're going to do today, no? We're changing the program. We're changing it. Right? You see, there's a good thing about being on time, right? You see, Mpati Sai is a program director, but he's not here right now, no? So I'm going to take over. Yeah, bo. Hey, Tibo Touch. How you dare challenge your Coco Chief? And I'm going to hold you to it. But just remember, go to all Coco Banabazugul. So you're not challenging them. You're challenging the masters of the game. Coco Royce. 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 Just to Royce. You know Royce is 4 years old, ne? Bentley is 5 years old. So, Michael, they were busy playing a game, right? Michael and Daryl, where's Daryl? Hey, they wanted to kill, hey, we're going to kill these lighties. So they're busy playing a game. It's late at night, they don't sleep because the weekends they just play e-sporting. So Michael and Daryl get up, they go to the kitchen to make a snack. These two go to the game and they start playing. It's late at night, right? They're playing obviously with other people overseas and all over. So all of a sudden they start screaming, we won, we won, we won. These are 2 5-year-olds, 4-year-old and a 5-year-old. And they probably beat people like you late at night. I'm just telling you, Chief. The grannies have a secret weapon, but no Ronaldo. So be careful. Right, today is about answering the question from Okoko. By end of this day, Okoko must already know, right? Koko mamtembu. Abafana bebehamba beye site bayo deploya i-hotspot. Yipi equipment ozobanika yona? Azo. Bye, Kok.
Ngibanika i-power supply. Ngibanika i-cord yokuconnecta noma i-cat 6 or cat 5. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga, Kok. I-storeroom, Skamzansi Connect, is managed by Ukok. So it's that easy. You see? It's that easy. Upusia. Ngibiza Lucia. Right? Okay, while you're waiting for Usia, Zianda, stand up, please. She is now running one of the highest selling networks, WayaMore, which is a Numlaz, Uzianda. She's an ISP, and she owns a network through WayaMore, just like Stace, just like Melina. She's the youngest. How many clients you have now? How many clients you have? What's your experience? Yesterday you were not here. Share your experience. Chazelle experience.
Sanibonani. Experience yami okay okokuqala abantu abaningi bayayithanda i-Wi-Fi ne amafoni amaningi manje njengoba sasebenzisa isidinga i-internet. And manje njengoba nasekukhona i-Wi-Fi i-cheap and i-data ningi nje i-cheap. So abantu abaningi bayakwazi ukuyithenga nanokuthi mase ngihamba abantu bebe ngibu like abantu abaningi abazi igama lami abasangibiza ngoZiyanda sebengibiza ngoWayaMore. Noma ngihamba emgaqweni nangu WayaMore abantu abaningi bayathenga i-data and noma umuntu mhlawumbe i-complain ngemtshela ukuthi hayi bokhona i-data la 5 rand. Mase bayaza bazothenga. Nomunye etshela omunye uthi khona i-data la 5 rand kaZiyanda. Beze bazothenga. Noma bethenga ngiyabatshela ukuthi khona i-data elisesitolo mhlawumbe esitolo esithile nesitolo esithile nesitolo esithile khona uzokwazi ukudayiseka kaningi. Yeah, noma abantu methenga ngimtshela ukuthi khona mhlawumbe mezothenga u5 rand ngiyakwazi ukumtshela ukuthi khona nela 25 rand and then ayeza mhlawumbe ezothenga oya 25 rand uhlale nesikhathi eside kanti no 25 rand futhi uhlala like uthe 7 days. Ngimtshela ukuthi ke engathenga lokho ethenga u5 rand 5 rand 5 rand akabuye ezothenga futhi no 25 rand. Yeah.
All right. Nangu siya. Siya before say people WayaMore ubwenzani. Umaphiza lo. Namazi umaphiza. That construction guy lo gogo ngingalinge nimbize ezokwakha lapha ekhaya. Wafika umaphiza lo ezokwakha lapha kwami. He's a builder. But now studied electrical engineering. Esebenza nobaba wakhe kuyi-construction arc. Kodwa manje ubaba wakhe yakwazi kwakhe kodwa lo mabhiza. Yabo lo mabhiza lo uthi ufake umtshela ukuthi efake usink, vele ufake lapha ku-ceiling. Now right. So Usia, no IT experience. Did you dream ukuthi uzobe installer lapha? Usia is one of the best installers manje. Didn't study, didn't do anything. One day wenzani wena mfana ngibona ngathi uhlaniphile. Uyabo? Hayi wozokwakha la network kanjani wangena khona and now you here ne? Yeah, moyo install isiyazi yo installer manje installation install hotspot iziphi izinto oyifakayo?
Okay, bengizo installer qale ngiplan check it toolbox ukuthi yonke amathuluzi aphelele check ama-device before siswena i-office ukuthi ayasebenza aconfigiwe yonke lento leyo. Mina i-office bangazi angeni mina ngumuntu wa-plug and play. Ngifike esayitini ngifike ukuthi isi-ready ngiyafaka ngiyahamba. Check ukuthi iya-connecta yabo yonke lento leyo. Mina senza no Derel so siyahlukaniselana. Mina ngenza le electric parts uDerel yena wenza ukufaka ama-device aligner yonke lento leyo. Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. Kubeka. Right. It's that easy. It's that easy. Right? So, namhlanje, the first thing that we're going to do, I see to everyone is, part you fired, eh? No longer program direct. Yeah, you fired in part. Right, so we're going to do a simple thing. You guys, you're going to count to 9. Che, you won. No, you're not. You stayed there. Right, 9 like my daughter. Right? Let's start again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Goody, my favorite. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ne? 1, 2, 3. 9. Right? 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ne? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chief, you 7, ne? Right. Now, according to all those numbers, all the ones come here. 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 Right. All the 2s come here. All the 2s. All the 2s come here. All the 2s come here. Right, this is all the 2s here. Now I want all the 3s to stand there. I'm partisai. All the 3s to stand there. Then all the 4s come here. All the 4s must come here. Right. The rest of you that are still sitting, just remember your numbers, ne? I need you to stand right at the back for me. All of you, everyone else that's still sitting there. So, but, what number? Okay, I want you guys to sit here on this table. 5, go and stand there at the back. I want all the ones to sit here. So you guys settle, that's where you'll be for the whole day. Right, all the 2s, I need you to sit here. The 2s, right? All the 3s, I need you to sit on this white table. All the 4s, I need you to sit on that table there. All the 3s are here. All the 4s are there on that table. Right. I need all the 5s to go sit on that table. All the 5s to sit on that table. All the 6s, I need you to sit on that table. Right, all the 7s, I need you to sit on this table. All the 7s here. Right. Then the rest of you that are there, need you to sit on this table there. this is looking good. This reminds me of Genesis, ne? This reminds me of Genesis. In the beginning, there was dark. He saw the dark, and he said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And he said, "This is good." Yeah, so this is good. So this is good. Right. Now, step number 2. Okay? I want all of you to think of a number below 10. Just want to see. Larry said there's synergy. Larry? So there's a test that you do to see if really there's synergy in anything. So I want to see if there's synergy here. So I want you to think of a number. Think of a number. Less than 10 to be easier. Don't tell me. Don't tell your person sitting next to you. Just think of that number. If you want to, you can write it down, but just think of a number. It's a simple thing that we're going to do. You thought of a number, no? I want you to double it. Double it. So double it. So if you thought of a number, I want you to double it. Right? So now this number is doubled. Now, I want you to add 4 to that number. I want you to add 4 to it. Right? So you thought of a number, you doubled it, then you added 4 to it. Then I want you to divide it by 2. Divide it by 2. Right? Then, you see the number you thought of? Subtract it from the answer you got now. And your answer is 2. So all of you, your answer should be 2. If there's synergy in here. Who didn't get 2? Okay, what was your number? Double it. Add 4 to it. What's it called? So 20. Then we said divide by 2. And then, so 22 divided by 2 is 11. Then the answer you got now, minus the number you thought of, which is 9. So 11 minus 9? Yeah, boy. Yeah. There's no synergy here. All right. So are we all together, nah? Right. To start the morning. Now, what are Larry? So Larry, you in sync here. So the sync is there. Now let me tell you another story, nah? I want to tell you a story about a person called Walt Disney. You know Walt Disney? Opopai koko. Yababo? Labantu benza opopai ne? Siyabazi sonke. So Walt Disney says, in order for you to implement anything successfully, so if you want to roll out WayaMore and you want it to work, you want to install the 5 million hotspots, you want to be all over in every way, you want to connect people, you want R2.50, says the first thing that you need to do, in the room, you need to have dreamers. You know dreamers, people that dream. So the first thing, and I want you to even take this and even apply the strategy in your life. There is nothing wrong with dreaming. A lot of people want to implement a dream. It's nice to have a dream. It's nice to dream. You must dream. You must have a vision. One day, we're going to have a network and data is going to be 5 rand a day. It's a dream. It's a dream. It's a dream. You must dream. So the first stage of anything in life is the dream. No? So when you take that dream and you have this dream, Then the next thing that you got to do is take the dreamers out of the room. Otherwise, you yourself stop dreaming and start being a critic. Say, hey, chief, la 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 la. Mbegilo Vodacom. Where are you going to get back all from? How are you going to do this? You get into the next stage, which is the critic stage. That's where you get critics. When you have a dream, you have an innovation on anything, throw it to the critics. Throw it to the critics. Hey, I want 5 rand a day, but you're where are you going to get that from? You don't even know IT, you can't even climb a ladder, you can't even do this, you can't do that. The critics, they sharpen you. No? The critic stage. Critic, right? Take the critics, take them out the room. Now you come to the reality. Hey, chief, this thing here, it can work. No, but this, relax. Relax, chief, relax. See, Larry's a calm guy. Relax, Prez, relax. Hey, Larry, Prez, relax. You see what we're going to do? You see that tower there outside? We're going to build that tower. You see on that tower? You see Vodacom is going to give us that backhaul. But we're going to take that backhaul, we're going to build a hotspot, and we're going to contend it. No? So we're going to buy 1 gig from Vodacom and we're going to sell it 10 times to the same person. And that's how we make our 5 rand a day. Because no one sits in one place for that time. The people we are targeting to put vouchers on their phones, they go around. Hambi yo check umuntu, hambi yo store, hambi yo bono brabake, does this. So when they gone, so you have a now it's reality. You can see it physical. You can see it happening. You can see it. You can touch this thing. You can see it. Right? I want to have water and I want to sell it. Take a sticker, go buy this. Yeah, me, I can sell water to you. I'll invite you. I've done this before, actually. You see? I invite you. I book one of those farm places that are there, right? So we had an event once. Hey, but you know, Dennis Batlup about record. But anyway, it happened, so it's fine. So we had an event. Now I'm thinking, hey, this is when I was young like you, Chief. I was never broke. I was never broke. When I was young, I was never broke. I used to sit down and think, December. No, people shut down. There's no money. So in November, I used to plan symposiums. Ne? I used to plan symposiums. So these symposiums were very simple. I got friends, municipalities everywhere, even in companies and that. So I used to do a symposium for secretaries. You know secretaries, I'm a PA, right? And this was for basic troubleshooting techniques, you know, for IT. I used to teach them IT, right? Now, number one, it's November. Bosses want to do something good for their PAs. You know, they need to go and relax and chill for a while. So November, December, around that time. Then we used to book these hotels, Drakensberg, all those things. 2-day event, Partisai. You know? I booked this place. Then they used to pay. Like each one to pay like 15,000 rand or something. I used to get like 100 of them coming. And it included the venue, everything. Chief, I was never broke. Never broke. I said, lighty, never broke. Never broke. Boarding school, Gog, I was never broke. About at home, you know those biscuits that you buy from TFS, they look like Itzamos, those big ones. I used to take those biscuits, pack them in my bag, and I used to buy sweets. Because it's boarding school, at night it's late, I used to realize, the munchies, especially with boys. So I used to sell that biscuit. I used to keep quiet. When they locked the doors, I sell the biscuits. Like 2 rand a biscuit. So I always had money. So I used to take this, put them there. Now what I used to do is I used to write stickers and say, drink the water at your own risk. Yes. drink the water at your own risk. Ne? If you want to drink tap water, say, guys, listen, I have to warn you before we start the event. I don't trust this water personally. I'm not saying don't drink it, but I don't trust it, right? But anyway, there is water that I do trust. There's WayaMore water. If you want it, you can go over there by the cooler box. It's 10 rand, and you can buy it. Immediately a person sees I've got 2 days, they take out 100 rand and they go buy 10 of that water. You make money. You see what I'm getting at? So today, I'm going to teach you how to make money with this thing here. See, Comrade Mtu told you yesterday. This guy used to worry me, this one here, because on politics. Listen, hey, Chief, you know what? You love politics, I love politics. You see? But a poor revolutionary cannot liberate. A poor person cannot liberate a poor person. If you want to truly liberate people, then you must be rich, you must have money. I said, Chief, come here. You got a company. No, I've got a company. Come here, I'm going to make you a millionaire. Give me 1 year, I'll make you a millionaire. Ne? That was less than a year ago, Comrade Mtune. You're sitting a purchase order now of how much? So you're a millionaire now. You see that? Now you can be a revolutionary chief. Go and liberate people. You don't come and joke with people and mess around. Where I'm getting at, I don't like talking. I don't like talking. I don't like talking. I don't say things that I'm not going to do. If a person comes to me and asks me for advice, I'll say, Chief, I don't know, because I've never experienced that thing. I'll only advise you on things that I have actually experienced. Constantly calculating, constantly looking at 10 or 15 different outcomes of a thing. In any different things, I have a backup of it and I have a backup of that backup. It doesn't matter what it is. Right? In this room, there's an exit on this side, there's an exit on that side, there's an exit on that side. So I've walked through there. I've walked through there. I know exactly what's on the way there if anything happens. That's how I live. Right? The Utabang, we're doing well, Utabang. Hey, we're doing all right. We had close to 120 municipalities. We didn't know what to do with it, right? Making a lot of money. Came to this guy here. Except, brah, you know what I'm thinking? I know, brah, I don't know what you're thinking. Let's leave this thing. Let's teach this thing here. You see this thing of service, Tabang, we're leaving it now. Brah, we leave. What we're going to do? Don't worry, brah. Hey, you check that networking thing. Tabang, those towers there, Vodacom's busy putting those towers, brah. You're trying to tell me and you, we can't do that. My brains, your hands, we can't do that. And then we met Larry. And Larry showed, hey, Tabang, there's this Larry guy. So we dropped everything. We shut down that business. And we started this thing. We're going to make money. Right? So this session that we are going to be running today and how I want it to run and how we're going to do it, each and every table here, we're going to make this model. We are now sitting at the stage. Remember the dream stage, Larry, is over. The critic stage, we've been through critics, we've taken this thing everywhere. We're now at a reality stage, Caleb. Right? We were dreaming how many, 5, 6 years ago, right? It was longer than that, 8 years ago. It was longer than that. Mate, Caleb was still a lighty. First day at work there at Myro. Said, hey, bruh, check here. You know what? There's this SA Connect. You remember? There's this SA Connect that's going to come. This thing is going to be big. Hey, but yeah, what is it? Hey. And I left all the people. I went to this guy because of the way he looks. You know people that look like this? Up. Those people are visionaries. Those are people that think. People that look like this. You're looking up, aren't you? And you're looking to your right, aren't you? So you're looking right up, that's the right direction. Don't look at the right direction and you want to look up. There's people when you talk to, they talk like this here. There's a son of mine, his name is Michael, where is he? You see? Yeah, Michael's all to say, Dad, hey, Wena, look up. What are you looking down for? Look up, look up, look up. You see, take your chest out. That's, hey, we had another, hey, our mother was something else. Where's Dennis? Yo. Hey, boy doesn't walk like that one. Chest up, what's wrong with you? Shoulders out, chest up, look up. What's your problem? Look around you. So you have that thing. So, hey, if there's going to be SA Connect, hey, this thing is going to be big. And I'm seeing this thing being big, remember? But the only way it's going to work, you see, I want you at Miro, I want to have, but you see these people that are coming and buying stuff from here, I want SMMEs coming in and out of here, buying it. That's what's going to happen with this SA Connect model. That was way before I met Larry, before I met any of these guys. Hey, Caleb, this is what's going to happen. From that day, with Caleb, every week, every month, we don't miss each other. In a year, we speak year in, year out. Hey, Leon, how far are you with this SA? No, Chief, you see, government is doing this. You see, as the politics now is changing, this is what's going to happen. It's going to move like this. As this is happening, don't worry about this. This is what's going to happen. And here we are today, no? Here we are today. Then at some point, Larry, we got so frustrated. And I'm like, no, man, Larry. This thing is not working, man. This thing is not working, Larry. My guys are not. You see, there's my cousin there, Dennis. We always have this, hey, cuz, you know what I was thinking? Oh, cuz. Then he knows, even Mtu. Hey, Mtu, where are you, leadership? Okay, leadership, where am I going? No, Chief, take a bus, ne? Meet me in Joburg. Hey, there's this and that. Okay, leadership, tomorrow I'll be there. So Larry is the same. Hey, Larry, you know what? Let's go to the farm. There's a farm that I saw there in Joburg. You see, our people, man, are too, they're not standing up. You know, when an aeroplane is on the runway and it's not taking off and you're rushing, you see that thing. You know, I always watch these movies, your girlfriend, you're rushing to the plane and she's not there, and you see that thing. So this plane, they're not taking off. I said, let's go to the farm. Yeah, I'll meet you there. Hey, Pres is going to be there, don't worry. There'll be people there. Right? That's where I met to Simon and welcomed up by the farm. You see, then we sat down in the farm. Hey, guys, you know what? There's this thing that's going to come, and I can feel it, I can see it. But the problem that I'm having is that, you see, if we go to this thing and there's only 2 or 3 of us, it's not going to work. There needs to be a lot of us. So then SA Connect up to where we are now, isn't it? Right, so this is good. See my grannies. They're going to be running one of the biggest networks. Trust me, Larry. Yeah, you see. Where's Zinzi? Yeah, we tried it. We've got other grannies in Eastern Cape. Like my grannies here. We've got other grannies in Eastern Cape. Just that they couldn't come because of short notice. But yeah, there's other grannies in Eastern Cape that are going to run this thing with, ne? Right? Got other grannies. Oh, I got my lighties there. So wait to boy there. Yeah, well, is my Alex boy where was he wearing glasses there? You see? Daisy here, yeah, Alex boys. You see, Daisy's the under there. There's Melina here, got her own network. What you doing? What you studying? Hey, you see this child is like a popcorn jumping all over. What are you doing? What's your name? My name is Melina. Come here, come here. Stop jumping. Stop. What do you do? No, I'm in UKZN. I said, yeah, relax. You know anything about robotics? No, I don't know. No, I'm not into IT. I said, don't worry, everyone's into IT. You got a phone, yeah? Yeah, same thing. Where's your friends? And they come. Steph, there's this girl here. We're starting a project. She's a lawyer. Doesn't want to hear nothing. Hi, Che, don't worry. You know what I was thinking, Che? I was thinking about spend ISP. No, friends. Hey, me, law. I said, it's okay, Che. You don't worry about your lawyer. And she's an advocate. But look, Che, we're going to build a network. Ne? There's these girls, these young girls here. You're going to teach them, right? So an advocate taught unemployed graduates. One is doing social science, one is doing psychology, one is doing tourism. Yeah, we're going to teach them. No, be ISPs. Here you are. Ne? Right? So this thing is an easy thing. Okay? So, Patisai, I was sitting one day, right? I was bored. Don't to lie to you. I was bored. So when I'm bored, my brain, sometimes I wish maybe I smoked, or I've thought a lot of time of smoking Zol or doing something so that my brain can just switch off for a moment. Because it's dangerous, ne? So when I sit and I'm in the house, I'm like looking at my house. You know, I think if I break this phone. So now when I walk around the house like this and I look at the wall, the kids are like, Dad, don't you want to go watch TV or something? You see? So now I'm sitting and I'm bored to hell. What am I going to do? I can't break the house. It was just during COVID. You can't do those things. Oh, it's irritating. Just irritate the hell out of me. Right? So I sat down, Caleb, and I decided, let me write a book. I said, let me write a book. If anyone can do it, I believe my brain is just the same like your brain is. So if you're a doctor, I can do that. What's special about your brain that's different to my brain? Is yours pink, mine is gray. It's all the same thing. Right? I don't like things that beat me. I understand a lot of things. Right? At one point in time, I wanted to be a pilot. So I went to study. So I understand how the engineering of pilots work, radars, all those things left. And I understand it. So I'm all right. All right? So I wrote a book in Patsai. Right? Oh, there's a. I wrote this book, ne? I have a book. So this book was just out of pure boredom, Sam. I was bored, I don't know what to do, and I launched the book with my grannies. Yeah. Yes. You see? So I wrote a book. But it's a different book, ne? It's not a book that you read from one cover to another cover, you see? Okay, so this book, the way that it works, is that anything and everything that you need is here. And I've tested this many times. Right? This book is a bowl of 100 cherries. That's the title of the book. The only people that were disappointed about my book is my sons. And my nephew there. Where's Daryl? Michael. These guys here, I write a book. Hey, I bring the book home. I'm saying, hey, lighties. There, I got a book. Hey, they look at the book, right? Oh, yeah. That's why I don't like using this. So, I take this book. I say, lighties. Hey, there's the book. Hey, they rush for the book. They look at the title, Bowl of 100 Cherries. Hey, they rush. They go start reading through. Oh yeah. How? This guy said, what's wrong with the book? This thing doesn't help us to get cherries. I thought the book. So it's not about that. But what it is, and this is how it aligns to what you are doing. In life has ups and downs. You win, you lose, right? You win, you lose, ups and downs, ne? So I can guarantee you that whatever you're going through in your life right now, there's a cherry here for you, right? Just to pick up your spirit. Give you that thing to go. I'm switching off this thing. This thing does this one more time. Shazia. I'm going to switch off this thing. Right. So I want you, in your own, go into your personal space and take introspection. Thank you. Right. So guys, what I want you to do then, go into your personal space. I want you to think of the time in your life right now. Just think of what you're going through right now, at this very moment. Just think of what you're going through right now. Now I want you to think of a number between 1 and 100. Think of a number between 1 and 100. Think of what you're going through right now and think of a number between 1 and 100. You thought of a number. Who wants to share their number with me? Who wants to share their number before I start pointing? And I may just point you that way. Anyway. So who wants to think? What's the number? 77. 77. Okay. Now, but I'm going to go to page 77 then. Right. I'm going to go to page 7. So, Mpati, that's your cherry. I want you to read. I want you to read for me, page 77.
Okay, thank you. The greatest gift we have is the brain, the ability to think, learn, and make decisions is our weapon. The fear is independent use of the brain. You are a constant target of mind control because of this gift and weapon that you have. Failure to use the brain and the dependence on
Sorry.
The battery is out. Okay. Failure to use the brain and the dependence on other people to think for us disables us and ejects us from independence and free will. Overcome this syndrome and you will be immune to problems. This will make you invincible over any challenge you will encounter. The reason I'm laughing is I'm saying yes to this.
Okay. So is that relevant to what you're going through right now, Mpati side?
Allowing people to think on my behalf, and since I stopped that, you can see things now are happening. Because when I was growing up, I think I was like you. I was never broke. I used to knit shoes using a wire and the back of milli before it was not this plastic one. You see, it was like a wool. So I will take a candle and burn it, you know, and take that that small rope and put it there, and then I could knit shoes, and I could do a scale. I will come to your house and cut you with a bottle, and then I do a scale. So I was never broke. I attended all the trips. I took all the trips at my high school, and I was paying. Even my driver's license, I paid for it when I just matriculated. So, and then there was a time where I come up with an idea, and I'll give people to run with it, and I've seen flames. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Now, one of the ladies. Think of a number. 25. Okay, let's see now. 25. There's yours. That's your cherry. So that's 25. What does it say?
Perfection is everything coming together on time, in time and in good timing. We have our standards that that define the measurement of perfection in our eyes. It is up to us to peg the level of perfection we want out of everything. Expecting too much or too little can create problems. Compromising results in loss. You must be principled and keep to your standards of perfection. Live up to those standards and never compromise. But measure each experience from the middle up. Always strive for perfection in what you do. Value yourself and the work that you deliver, and people will appreciate you. Quality and perfection are twins.
That's relevant to you. So does that chair apply to your life right now?
One, two, one, two.
Start something else, and I mean that never works out, you have to get to the end. So I think the perfection part where it says, when he talks about perfection, I think that applies to me, because if you do something, just finish it off and get it to the perfect version of it, and then you'll be fine.
Right. So those two cherries, do they apply to what we want to do, using our brains and being perfect at it? Right? So that sets the tone for today. Now, the first thing that we are going to do, we have a challenge here. Yesterday, challenged us yesterday. What was your problem? Please give us your problem, because that's what we're solving today.
Okay, thank you. Hey, I've got a problem with the voice. Yesterday, I was saying, in my vicinity, I've got lots of young people who finished school, and I was wondering if I get them together, what am I going to benefit with what they are doing from the company?
Perfect. Excellent stuff. Right. So that's our problem that we're going to solve. Ne? So the journey to solving that problem is what we're going to do. So here's our challenge that we have. We have a community of young people. This community has unemployed graduates. This community has grannies that care, right? This community uses data, right? This community has potential. We're going to solve granny's problem. The whole day, that's all we're going to do. We're going to solve that problem. What is it? How am I going to benefit from what they do? And how is this consortium and this group here going to help us? So to solve that problem first, Larry, can you come to the front? Simon, can you come to the front? Welcome. Can you come to the front? Dennis, can you come to the front? Michael, can you come to the front, please? I'm confident, are the mics working? Yes. Okay. Let's put the mic there so they can move it. Right, guys, you can sit down there.
Just in case the one that was working here.
Miles, you need to check the time for me. Where is Sam? Sam, that thing of tea at 10 o'clock, Chief, can we sort it out? Sorted. What's the time? Right. So before we solve that problem, there's a group of people that are sitting here in front of us. They sat down in a room of dreamers. And they said, one day, we are going to use our skills, our knowledge, which is technology, to solve that problem. So before you thought of that problem, 5, 10 years ago already, they already thought of it, that they'll solve the problem today. Ne? Guys, you are JAMP. This is JAMP. From what I understand, is that there are 4 companies that sat down and they said, you have this, I have that. You have this, I have that. We all need each other. Let us form a company or a consortium of companies that is going to help South Africa. And that consortium of companies is called JAM. J standing for Gyra Technologies. U standing for UDNet, which is Larry. M standing from Zanzi, which is Michael. And P standing for Pixel Tone, that has done all this. Stand up there, Stacy. Yeah, that makes us look also beautiful, the logos, everything you need. So you've got 3 technology companies and 1 marketing company that got together and said, we're going to do one thing. And that thing is going to be to develop local ISPs that will build networks where they live. They will own this network. And the support and how they're going to do it, we're going to help them. We are going to interface with Mero. We are going to interface with Vodacom. We are going to interface with Starlink. We'll interface with MTN. We'll interface with Jericho. We will do all the hard part so that it becomes easy for you. And that's what they've been saying from yesterday. We've paid the school fees for you. The scars that we have are for you so that you do not need to go through that. You know who it reminds me of? That suffered for our sins. Nah, that's what you call him. I call him JC. He's my bra. Let's leave it at that. Right. Now jump. I want you each first to tell me about jump. That's what you told me what jump is. I don't know if I'm correct. And I don't know why you did this crazy thing. Because you guys just sitting here alone, there's an SA Connect tender, you did the craziest thing ever. Against my will. Now me as the president of PBICT, Caleb, I told them not to do this thing. But they did it anyway. They did it anyway. I said to them, guys, you see SA Connect, not many people can do it. Go and respond to the tender. Then the 4 of you will get this tender. So BBI probably has a budget of 250 million. You guys, if you do this tender here, you're going to BBI, you each going to at least share 75 million. They said no. We'll rather divide that 75 million. Everyone must have 1 million. I don't know what they do it. Why? Right? Reminds me of my bra that was put on the cross for doing something good. Me, I would have been that guy that would have said, hey, chief, stop this thing of yours. Eh? So, jump. We want to know here. So, Kokolapan, before she makes a decision, right? So the first thing I want to hear, before we get to WayaMore, and I don't want any confusion here, I want you to tell us what is jump. Party welcome, please start. What is jump?
Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, jump. It's a consortium that was formed out of 4 entities, like the press has indicated. The consortium is run by engineers who came together with a common vision, the common vision of connecting our people. The biggest challenge that we have today in the digital economy is connecting our people. So we came together in a farm, brought our minds together. What can we do to get our people connected? We outlined the challenges. One of the biggest challenges was to build an infrastructure. We cannot get our people connected without having a network infrastructure. What do we need to build an infrastructure? One was resources. Do we have resources? Do we have resources? They'll look into me.
Yeah. That's what happens in the meetings.
Yeah, the biggest question was resources. That will answer itself along the way. But everything that we needed to do needed resources. One of the primary things that we needed was a license. Fortunately, one of the companies in the consortium had an individual license which covers the whole footprint of South Africa. And we said it's a 1+, which means now we are eligible to build network nationwide, anywhere in the country, provided availability of the resources. Second, we need engineers with vision, dream, and passion. Do we have that? Yes, we had that in the consortium. Now, we need to do a plan. With the presence of the engineers, what is lacking? We started from there and started building a plan. We looked at the resources that we had working in silos, what Jaira was doing in Mpumalanga, what UDNet was doing in Free State, and what Mzansi was doing in KZN. With that portion of the land, we're covering more than half of the nation. We said now, when we start creating a ring from there, we are eligible to expand quick and easier to the rest of the country. The country has got 3 national key data centers in 3 cities, which is Johannesburg, Durban, and Cape Town. We decided to say, let's split ourselves, put our resources together, created a network of the data centers so that we are able to break out and give out the connectivity inland. Jaira was designated to maintain the Isando Terraco in Joburg. Mzansi was designated to manage the one in Durban, and UDNet was designated to manage the one in Cape Town. We have the whole country covered. And we said, now look, we need to form an eligible entity, something that is alive, something that has got an identity. And then we said, look, we are here. He is Jay, he is you. He's, and then we need a face. We can be there without a face. And then we brought P to give us the face. And we became Jack. And now we are out there without being a skeleton. We're beginning to take shape. We are beginning to have a face. And now, our vision and our primary mandate of connecting the people is becoming alive and a reality. Yes. The partnership that we envisage to develop through the whole country is not through us. It's through these ANPs that we have today here. We say the ANPs in every community that they are, let them come and plug to us. Let them come and tap in to the infrastructure that we have developed. They don't have to recreate the wheel. The wheel is already there. Let them enjoy the drive. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Party. Welcome for that. That is charm. That is the journey of charm. Critical thing that you mentioned is on infrastructure. You mentioned about engineering. Now, in networking, it cannot get more complex than that. Building the core infrastructure, Larry. Can you tell us, this infrastructure that you want states to plug into, this core infrastructure, Larry, what is it?
So we tried all angles. We tried training, and we took states for, let's make an example. We took Sharjah there away from the mics. We want to make an ISP. Start at the beginning, where we started. And we thought, yo, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take too long. Not that you don't understand, but the whole process will take too long. Why don't we level it? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and let them gradually escalate that ladder. The capabilities that he's got, how fast he can move is on his pace. So I want to start there because the infrastructure is, we build it from the top to meet them coming from the bottom. So it's ready. What I'm saying is, in the data centers, we've got our complex designs, we've got our routers, we've got our investments done. We got the international relationships coming, the traffic going out of the country. So we are linking to it's America, Netherlands, and then Barcelona. So we've got that relationships. It's so high complex. If we need to tell Sajid, do this, when is he going to get to that level? So we started building from the bottom, from the top downwards. On infrastructure, the data centers are now explained. Now we get to the towns where Ndu is at. Ndu, how many people is in the community? Now there's 2,000. Ndu, you need a tower to reach them because you can't see them all from the ground. What do you have? Now we've got the building there, right? Ndu, let's put a sector there, within to that area. We cover every angle on a backhaul of our own. You own it. Buy the equipment, do the investment. You're going to sit with it forever. Don't buy a GTI, buy a tower. GTI will get you cherries, the tower will get you money. Choose. We teach you how to do it. You stay in that community, but now you need an admin lady. Now you need installers because you're going to do 2,000 houses. Get help. You're going to burn yourself. Local employment starts there.
So through our infrastructure that we created, it fast tracks everyone in this room that wants to do this. That's what I can say on infrastructure. I hope I explained it very well, Press.
Thank you very much, Larry. Michael, everyone today is going crazy about the gigabit mesh network. There's a lot of research and development that went in there, right? Working with UDNet, working with Chira, Mzansi, right? You took us to Coxton, and the minister came there to Coxton and saw something that he could not believe. And that thing today is being implemented and being deployed throughout the country. What is the journey that you can share with us? Because there are people here that still believe that they can start from there. Outside, there's radios from China, there's Huawei radios, there's Teletonicas. Those are a lot of mistakes, tower of mistakes. And the tower of success as well. It's costed you a lot of money to build that. I think you still owe me money. Yeah, I think you still owe me money. I'm not part of these people. I have a company, it's called Sigma Coco, and it's granted. My company is Sigma, and it makes a lot of money. I can buy a Raptor with my money. I have nothing to do with these people, Coco. I make my own money, Caleb. You don't even know Sigma. We started back then, remember when SA Connect, they kicked me out. But it's fine. They owe me money. Lot of mistakes, lot of money. Right, a lot of money. Survived COVID. Survived COVID when all companies were closing, you were making a lot of money. Then there was looting. They looted your entire office, broke all the equipment, all the radios, and you survived that. Survived meltdown and a lot of things. It's fine. But Michael, what we want to do, we're going to get to WayaMore. You guys are still going to explain to us. After tea, you're going to come back and tell us what's this WayaMore, right? But there's this gigabit mesh network, Michael. There's states, there's Ndu, there's a lot of people here, there's Ubabum Fundis today that still think they still want to go through the pains and aches. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Can you tell us that journey? The journey that went to from when you started up until Coxton. Because now this thing is being implemented everywhere. There's people that were doing this before any of you here. Those people are actually changing their networks now to build their networks according to this, Michael. Because this is a jump, one of the jump joint initiatives, where together, after a lot of research and development with these companies, you came up with this thing together. Can you explain how Jump got about to having that tower of mistakes? Just explain to us how this thing works. Granny, they're still not answered. She's happy. She knows what is Jump. So Michael, tell us.
All right, so basically before we finally arrived to the final stages of this gigabit mesh network, you know, as engineers, we don't really focus on the business aspect of things. You focus on the technology part. So you go, you try out different equipment. You get equipment from China, you try equipment from Cambium. So you try all these different things now. You look at, you write about specification and all of that there. So initially we started out with Cambium. Now one Cambium is 25,000 Rand. And you have to deploy, our allocation was 500 sites. So now you'd be paying 25,000 Rand 500 times. So you see that is not feasible. Then there's the aspect of on-site vandalism or power surges. So we initially started out with these cameras here, and that's when we started losing. When equipment got damaged, it became harder to replace. Then we tried the Chinese radios, because they were coming at a cheaper price. Then after we bought these Chinese radios in bulk, we deployed them, we saw that they didn't do what we needed it to do. Their compatibility, their monitoring system wasn't what we needed. So now, even till today, we have now the storeroom full of these Chinese radios that we bought. Then we landed on Grandstream, which is what we're mainly using, and that's what this entire model is based off of. So when it comes to the journey in the beginning, it was very hard because you have to choose things like what equipment you're going to use primarily. Even the poles, we were initially using short poles because we were used to doing point-to-point connections where we only needed a J bracket. Now in Coxted, we initially used these short poles on all of the sides. Then we saw that because of the length of the poles, it was affecting the range of the AP. We got a response from Grandstream later on saying that we should actually install our APs to be 6 meters high. So now we had to go back, remove all those J brackets, about 60 of them, and buy these 3-meter poles and H's. So now you end up with a storeroom as well full of now these J brackets, because you had to go and buy, change everything essentially. So when it comes to that thing, you end up losing a lot, but once you have the final product, then you can now educate or assist other SMMEs on this is what you have to use. There's nothing else that you can use. We've already tried different methods, different routers, different APs, different poles, different installation types, but this here is what's gonna work.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Simon, we have, Sam, how many ANPs you have? 17, eh? So there's 17, and they're here. Okay, yesterday some were here, but Wiseman, Nikon, right, now, all Wiseman, do come to there, it's got 150 sites, you got 1,000 sites. Daryl, where's Daryl? Daryl there has 300 sites that he needs to deploy. Other staff has 125 sites. So you have 150 sites that you need to deploy. They have all of these sites, but now as a person that is focused more on the operation side of Ujamp, you have promised BBI yesterday that you have an operation in Bo that can deploy 1,000 sites in a month. Caleb, I'm coming to you. You promised you got the equipment. I'm coming to you. 2 guys, I'm coming to you. You promised that you got those 1,000 equipment. He said, don't look down there. Those 5G. That 5G routers there. So, Mpat, tell us this operation in Bo. How are you going to deploy this 1,000 sites?
It's very easy, please. If you have money, you pay us, we come and install for you. But if you don't have money to pay us, that's the first model. You have the money, you want to deploy quickly, you buy all the equipment, we send our team. So the team will depend on the numbers that you have. So if you have 100, I think 100 can be installed in a week through Operation Bo, 4 days to 6 days, depending on the weather. But yeah, 4 days to 6 days, your 100 can be installed. So you pay us per hotspot, we charge you per hotspot. So that's the service. Then where we plug in ukoko nabafana wale ahlala khona, we take the risk for you. You don't have resources, SIFA, because of credit scores, cannot approve you with the equipment. Then when we sit down with you, we tell you what each equipment, each site will cost you so much. Then we do an agreement with you that when SIFA pays, they pay us. We then take full risk for you from backhaul, equipment, and we come and install, and we also monitor, because we don't want to install these sites and you get paid and this thing becomes a white elephant, because you will not have able to pay us at once. You will find that maybe it will take you 6 months to settle your debt, because we don't want to take everything again that is coming from SIFA. We want you to live out of it, and we want you to move. So we've got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So you start as a tier 3, you've got nothing, we come with everything, we deploy for you, and then we take a portion of that amount to pay your debt, and then we can have an arrangement with you how you're gonna pay month to month. But we're gonna monitor those sites on our system, on our jump system until you finish paying us. Then with the other portion of money, like Larry said, you don't go and buy a VRPA. You go and deploy a site where you will be able to buy equipment. Now you're moving from tier 3 to tier 2 now. That means you can now stand on your own, because we can't carry you for long because we have the whole South Africa to service. But as Jump, we are there to take your risk. Here is Vodacom. They will be dealing with us. Everyone who's bringing backhaul will be dealing with us. And now we take all those risks and on your behalf and make your life easier. That's who Jump is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Particide. The face. Welcome says that if you are building a network and you're operating behind, you are just a face, Dennis. So you need to have a face. Can you tell us the thinking behind this beautiful branding that we see here, which is Jump, and we are Jump.tech, and how does that resonate with what everyone here has said together for you to come and create this space?
All right, so one of the tickets that got the Pixel Tone involved was the ability to build something called a brand strategy and be able to facilitate a vision. Because you're dealing with entrepreneurs who have highly active minds and have big dreams, sometimes articulating a thing in your head becomes quite difficult. And that's the problem that we keep solving internally. So we also have to find ways of linking ideas, wild ideas. They have to be facilitated. You can't kill the idea because it's big and it's wild. It needs to be facilitated, and then it needs to be given wheels so that it can move smoothly, and then you build a road for it. So this business, this thing called Jump, of these crazy minds who want to do crazy things. Now the journey starts with saying, okay, fine, we have this name, but does the name speak to what this entity does with all these crazy minds that don't sleep and they communicate every day, they shift, they adapt to change and all of these type of things. So you look and you're watching the culture of Jump, this Jump inside, what's really happening here? So then the first thing was we had to think about this name almost became a divine intervention in a way. Because when you're looking at the word jump, and you have to explain what is jumping. Ne? A jump is a very abrupt movement. Ne? It's not usual. You don't jump every day, ne? It calls for an occasion. Because when you jump, that means that something big has happened. That was the first thing we thought about. Because what is happening with these crazy operational minds and technician minds and business minds and all of that stuff there? These people, the thoughts keep jumping out of the normal box of conventional thinking. Because everything they do is out the box. It keeps jumping out. Here's the idea, jumps out the box. Then it gets formed when it's outside of the box with no restrictions. That was one very important thing that these gentlemen have been continuously thinking. Crazy things, ne? There's the Mr. 5 Rand. Unthinkable, you know? So, secondly, we said, we know jump is a form of movement. It's momentum. These gentlemen were talking about momentum all this time. What is momentum? It's taking someone who has never been an ISP and making them an ISP. That's a form of movement. You're moving them from where they are and you're moving them to where they want to be. Then secondly, or rather thirdly, as another idea, when all these crazy ideas happen, you know what happens all the time? It connects to a decision, to a solid concept. Yeah? And when you make connections, what happens? It creates a chain reaction. Yeah? Creates a chain reaction. So that was the thinking when we were thinking of this jump visually now, what it looks like. It must represent the culture of what happens behind the scenes at night, at early hours of the morning, at 3 a.m. Then you're like, okay, what happens? One, ideas are always unconventional. They're always thinking outside the box, always jumping out of the box and thinking outside of the box. Two, they're always moving. There's momentum. They're always hopping, jumping from one place to the next, to the next, to the next, from one solution to another. Nah? But also at the same time, it connects. Now, if you see the other banner, there's a thing that kind of looks like it's connecting. Nah? Nah? But at the same time, on the main logo, there's a thing that's jumping out. But when it jumps, and then it carries on moving and makes an M. Nah? That's the momentum. So innovation is part of what JUMP is all about. When the risks are taken, because a risk is an abrupt thing that you do, that you participate in sometimes. The risk, the continuous thinking, the sacrifice, ensuring that there's momentum all the time. So we ensure that the representation of JUMP is there. So there's a continuous story to tell, and you can see it in that meaning. So on the visual side, on the face, because I mean, imagine if everyone had no eyes and mouth, or we all just looked the same. It wouldn't be fun, because now we can't tell each other from each other. So we had to make sure that we also stand out. Even if it's just words, it's a J, it's a U, it's a M, and a P. But when they come together, like the minds, it needs to make sense. It needs to come together and be something that makes sense, that can carry out what it needs to do. Be able to tell a story, be able to implement things, be able to shape the story of South Africa. Because that's what JUMP is actually doing, is repainting, retelling a South African story. It's a privilege to be around entrepreneurs. As a closing statement, this is part of my rhetoric now, ever since I came to this realization. These gentlemen taught me one thing, being part of this, and the multiple years being with Ulion, is entrepreneurship is about being as rich as possible with a solution that you are offering. They proved to me that being in business has nothing to do with suffering and crying, and because you are a solution person. You are a painkiller. And there's this pain that is everywhere in the country, which I love because now it has a vertical. Uti, once we solve this pain of connectivity, what else happens? And that's a beautiful thing about being with these brilliant minds. Uti, from the initial thing of just connecting people, the beautiful things that happen after that, that's also part of the thinking. To say, how we push forward, we jump forward, we make a leap and have momentum, but have forward jumping and accelerate. Because if I have to jump from here to here, it's a bit more efficient than just walking. It makes me leap, and I can move much faster to get to my destination, which is a beautiful thing and a beautiful thing to be part of. So any other solution that gets given birth by jump will have those characters in there. So we want to move away now from having things that are long drawn. How do we meet each other? How we create connections? How we think outside the box and have innovation. So that's part of the vision and the visual side.
All right. Now we know what is jump. Ne? You have a question for them? You've been part of the frogs that have been leaped by jump stays. When they got to your house and everyone was there, tell us that experience. Ukoko they wants to know. Because you are where she is now. Ne? You said, Prez, I have a community. We have young people. Alex, you said to me, it's looked as Gomorrah, it's looked down, it's looked as if it's a dangerous place, it's a no-go-to place. When I was there in Alex and telling people, hey, I'm here in Alex, hey, there's nice people here. People like, oh, please get out of there, you're going to die, what. You see? Now you were taken through this process. And I said to you, I'm going to give you jump. You're in the same process where Coco was, right? She's got people. She wants a solution, right? So Stace, give us your experience, your interaction with those jump people.
Thanks, Press. I really don't know where to start. As I have said yesterday in the panel discussions, there's a lot of things that I would love to share. But I think I am still in a journey where this gentleman here have just brought me to a closer direction of getting the clarity of what is this jump doing for South Africa. But what I can say about the jump, guys, is that, and you said no. So, that's press for you. So I really don't have much to say, but just to comment and say that the jump guys have made Alex a smart city, or they are in a process of making Alex a smart city that no one would have thought of coming to Alex and make Alex a smart city. So mine is just a comment, press, to say that thanks, and also for seeing young black people and bringing them closer to smart things or smart minds, brilliant minds. Yes, mine is just that. Thanks, press.
No, thank you very much, Stace. Right. Koko sahamba nabo ne? Right. So yabona ukuthi backing us, we got these people. They've got the experience, they've got everything, they've got the heart. The heart is in the right mind, right? Now, I see black, the jump. Each of you are going to give me a quick closing remarks. I need you to define this for me. Black people in this country are known for delivering substandard stuff. USASA over there told us yesterday, cables running here, cables running there, and that, right? Guys, you understand what it is to be me, ne? I don't wish this for anyone, ne? Not for my sons, not even for my worst enemy. So I don't sleep, because 3 o'clock umphathi say, mphathi, yazi ukuthi ngicabangani mphathi? Welcome, I think he lives from 4 o'clock, from like maybe 10 o'clock until 4 o'clock. That's when he lives, and he sleeps during the day or something because I don't hear from him. But during that part of the time, hey, President, kunalabantu balaba mphathi, yabo? So what I was thinking we're going to do is blah, 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 blah. I'm supposed to be sleeping at that time, right? That boy doesn't sleep. I don't know what he's doing. So he just walks dead. So what is happening is, so I was looking at this thing, you see? You know that problem that we're having. So these guys say this, and I'm thinking of this. Okay. All right. Larry there. Any given time of the day. Prez, you know these guys here, hey, they're finishing my kati. They did my kati. So Prez, we need to. There's these people. Okay. Then now it's time for me to sleep. Way. Excel cars. Check here cars. Right? So yeah. Guys, you'll forgive me. I don't like doing these things because my brain right now is all over doing funny things. It's busy calculating how many people are blinking, how many people are sleeping, how many times that guy has blinked. So I'm trying to stop that. Ne? I'm trying to filter it. I need to control it. I need to control it, right? Studying everyone's mood, and trust me, if you can ask me to give an analysis of any and every one of you, I will tell you, based on the color of clothes you're wearing, what you were wearing yesterday, where you're sitting, why you chose, where you said to do. So it's busy doing that right now. So I'm trying to stop it, sir, so I can focus on this. Right, so you'll forgive me when I interject. I'm just trying to keep it to the scale, right? I'm not crazy or anything. I just need to control it. So guys, black people, we are known for delivering substandard stuff. Here you are, all of you put together. You have this network to be a tier 1 right now in this country. JUMP is probably the only independent, fully equipped tier 1 with public licenses, with ASN numbers, with an individual license, with presence at Terraco, with BGP sessions, with everyone. If you go right now and you look at the BGP looking class, you will find the community. You guys have done that. I've looked at your work. You've been to Terraco, and you see when you go past seasoned cloud providers, you will walk past the JUMP cabinet because you won't even know that, because when you think that you're looking for black people, you're expecting cables to be all over, correct? And you walk past it because it is beautiful. What people don't understand, many people, what they don't understand, where's the wise man, is that the founders of excellence is black people, Africans. Right? The person that came up with universities didn't have a degree. Did they? Which university did they get it from? We stress so much on qualification and those things, yet the very qualification that we're stressing about was started by a person that didn't even have that education. By the way, they were African. By the way, an African women. The first university in Timbuktu in the world, an African woman. It's just an interesting fact. Just an interesting fact. The technology that we have today, going to space, launching satellites, doing all of those crazy things, they knew how to get there, but they didn't know how to come back. An African came up with an algorithm to bring back the shuttle, that calculation, which today links to whenever time when you request an Uber or you use GPS location, just know that it's made possible by an African. To be more specific, African woman. The pyramids in Africa, the alignment to the stars and everything, we don't even have the technology today to build pyramids, Africans. So there's this Africanism thing that we have. How are you guys going to ensure to Gogo Daputi when she is bringing these young people, and these people are young people are going to install, it is going to be black excellence. Welcome. Then Dennis, then Mpatisai, then Larry, then Michael. Just in a nutshell, how are you going to ensure that before we break for tea? Yes.
Thank you, Press. As we are saying, this is about showcasing black excellence. I can tell you right now today that we are in a drive to build not one but the biggest black-owned network in the country. Our population and our community is in an excess of 80% in the country. Whatever networks that we have, they are benefiting from our community. It's high time we take charge and control to showcase our black excellence. Want to build a strong, effective, good network for our community to contribute to the digital migration and the digital change.
Thank you.
I think also what's very important when we're thinking of black excellence, and just excellence in general also. One, I'm a big culture person, and culture is behavior. So I think excellence first starts in having a really high standard for yourself in everything that you do. And part of that is allowing yourself to perform at the highest possible level. So everything that we'll be working on in JUMP, our brand culture is performing at the highest possible level, making something efficient to a point where it can't be any more efficient. When it starts, it must have impact beyond where you would initially want it to do. It must reach beyond. And which is very big when we're thinking of excellence, is that whatever you do, that your impact must have a secondary and tertiary reach that you yourself never planned, but now eventually you see it. And I think the work that we're doing in JUMP is very close to that effect, is ensuring that we are as efficient as possible in everything. When we come up with an idea, we go into our communities, that impact must roll, it must hit hard, and it must go far. And I think that is part of the JUMP brand culture. It's way beyond us. As Upres said, that these guys are selfless. They said, no, we're not going to make 3 multi-millionaires. We'd rather have 20, 30 millionaires. And that's where the thinking is, because it's an unselfish, and you'd see when we start talking about other children now of JUMP and how they formulated, it stems from this brand culture that JUMP represents. And it can be seen in everyone's daily life. Continuous improvement is part of the excellence too. That no matter what we do, even that tower there, although Leon is calling it the tower of mistakes, it's the tower of lessons. Because without it, as he said, you can't come to those solutions. And these minds that have put this thing together, they represent that. And the nice thing is they want it for other people. So when you talk about excellence, remember we spoke about I spoke about the impact. That means that everyone who is now part of this thing, you must hold yourself to high esteem. And that's the brand culture. That's the core of the brand culture. Because these gentlemen have taken things that are their hobbies and converted them into successful businesses that can be left behind. And in closing, the biggest problem that we've been having as entrepreneurs is how can you build a family, a business that you can leave behind? A business that can last 100 years or even 200 years. You know, in the communication space, there's a company called Ogilvy. That's someone's surname. That man died, I think, 70 years ago, 50 years ago. He's been dead. Decades, that person has been dead. But that company lives on. And the things and the solutions that JUMP has been working on and refining and partnering up and getting stakeholders is very core and indicative in that. And that's what we mean, that's part of the brand culture. So black excellence is already in the DNA of JUMP, just in its daily activity, just the way it works. Thinking beyond ourselves and all of those beautiful things. Thanks.
But
I think there's a lesson that I've learned, I think from the past 2 weeks. Our problem, Press, with black excellence, it's we talk too much when we have to work. We talk too much. You know, we can discuss for an hour, but what we need to do requires us to do it in 7 minutes. So I've learned that. I think we have built a tower and we have set up an office in a very short space of time. Because the motto was, stop talking, do what you are told. And that, because what you are told to do, you don't know it, that's why you were not able to do it. So you didn't know it, so you don't have to think. You just have to listen, take the instructions, especially on the SMMEs that are here. Take the instructions from the people who knows, from these engineers, and you do that, there won't be any waste of time. And I'm telling you, the work will be splendid. So we will do a lot of training. I was happy, let me piggyback from what Umbulelo has said yesterday to our partners, Myro and them, and Bob Vodacom. We will be doing a lot of training, and I'm happy Myro has given us a facility to say, guys, if you want to train. So we need to equip ourselves. We need to learn just a basic thing. Even when you're eating food, don't spill the food all over. It's a lifestyle not only on when you work, but it's a lifestyle. Just be neat, you know. When you do your things, when you set up your room, you know, try and get that to that level I know all of us are not in that level as yet, but if you try and make it a lifestyle, you will transmit that to your work, and your work will be beautiful. I can tell you through Jump, you will see our work. We can go to any airport and install any building, a sophisticated buildings. We can go there and install, and you will see black excellence, because we don't talk too much, but we do as we are told by those who know what to be done. Thank you.
Very.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about compromise. These guys have no idea what it is. We do things either the right way, top structure, or nothing. So we are also scientists. So I want to bring facts into what I'm saying. If we decided on a standard, on a router, we don't compromise. If that thing has got 1% left and we want to go right, we cancel that thing now. And we ask, what is the better model? So I'm going to bring Myro into, just to tell you guys, the 1072 on a CCR model is the top one. We discarded it and went for the 2116, the new one. I don't want to bring price into this thing, because that's what we do. We don't compromise on anything, not price. It's the functionality of that 2116 that we need now. And then press will say, buy 3.
Yeah.
I needed one. He said, buy
Yeah,
3,
buy 3,
replace
yeah.
all of them. That's what we built. We don't compromise. We don't know what it means. We go for the top, highest ever, to make provision for all of you guys. Because if we count 1 million hotspots, say, no, let's build for 5 million. We don't know who's going to come along after these 17. There might be another 17 coming tomorrow. What are we going to do? So let's build for 5 million. That's what we do. So if you don't see excellence in that, I don't know which businesses does that, because they go to budget first and then they come back. That's how businesses are run. We run a function, not a business first. So it's first the functionality, then the business side. Say, hey guys, we need to get the money back. What are we going to do? But the thing is running, ready for the 17. We're good to go tomorrow. What we also do is planning. The 4 o'clock meetings with these guys are the planning for the day. My wife calls us team no sleep. Because she goes to sleep, I'm in front of the computer. When she wakes up, I'm still there. And it's not because I want to. It's because we need to. These guys are dedicated. I haven't met people like this. And it's exciting because I'm also dedicated. We're the same. So I wanted to touch on that, on Black Excellence, is that we don't deliver small things. We deliver the biggest, highest possible ever. Thank you.
I know from my side, I won't say much, but the promise I can give is, as Africans, as we all know, we have this thing here called Ubuntu. So that is something that we implement in our everyday lives. So if we go and we install these things by the granny's hotspots, when we're installing these things, what we always have in mind is what it's like to be the person in that household that's holding those hotspots. That is why I can guarantee you, if you call us for assistance at your 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, even 10 o'clock at night, someone's gonna answer the call. You can call other companies at these times here, you'll get a voice note saying, please call us again at 8 o'clock in the morning. If you call us, we answer the phone. If you're having problems you'll be able to reach us, because that's what we're all about. We want you to be able to reach us for assistance at any point in the day. Because essentially the reason why we're doing this here is when we install or deploy any solution, we make it as if we were the customer, would we be satisfied? But yeah, that's it from my side.
Press. To add a cherry on top.
Hey,
One cherry.
Just one.
Yeah,
What
I
number?
just want to put one cherry on top. I've observed something in common with the jump. Team no sleep. There's this drink, this favorite drink that everyone when the case man go running to. All the jump team, they don't use that drink. That's the cherry on top.
All right. Now, before we break for tea, right, Kok, say right. Bona which is behind us with what you got. Me, I'm talking to you. Yabo, laba abanye balalela mina nawe conversation yethu. Ngoba izolo ngibabuze kwathiwa what is it? Everyone kept quiet, isn't? So we're building this thing for Koko Bam. You're speaking on behalf of all the grannies. Oh, Koko. She say right, ne? Yeah. You see, we had an NGC where we had 100 people. And out of those 100 people, one person spoke, which is Ustace. What he pressed, I want to build a network. He has a network. Yesterday, the room was full of people. But we want to build a network. So you are our people, Sambanan. These are the people that, all the difficult work, they've done it. Ne? Now, one thing in business, I want to tell you about the strategy. Ne? Do you know, Guti, there's very little people that have seen a strategy. Right? When you think of a strategy, whether you Vodacom or MTN or whoever, you think of this big thing. Ne? Right, with a whole lot of things. Different people have different ideas about what a strategy is. Where's government? When you ask for a strategy in government, they give you a big document like this. A strategy is a very simple thing, young lion. And you're going to learn this from me. I'm teaching you a lot of things. See this guy, I like him this year. It's my son this year. When he looks at me, he says, when I grow up, I want to be exactly like that. Right? What's Donald Trump's son's name? That's you. Right. So a strategy is a simple thing. Ne? This is what I will do. Everything else, I won't do it. It's a simple thing. Very simple thing. So when you are starting a business, this is what you'll do. So Koko, one of the things that I want you all to be thinking, this is everyone here. You see, these guys, they said this is what we will do. Everything else we won't do, and they've done it. Ne? Simple strategy. Do you see? No funny business, right? Do you know what is the strategy of Capitec when it comes to allocating their ATMs and their branches? This is their strategy. We're not going to go through the process of identifying and calculating how many people are there or what. No. They don't worry about that. All they do, they say that wherever there is a Standard Bank ATM, we're going to be around the corner. It's a strategy. Simple. Nando's realize that they are not making enough money. And when they realize they're not making enough money, they realize that, oh, wait, hang on a sec. Our people come to the till, they order Nando's, they go outside and they stand outside. Then they wait for their order, they come back. Wait a minute. If the people sit down, we sell them the cool drink. You're sitting in a vicinity, there's fire there. What happens to the room? Have you seen a Nando's with aircon? When it's hot, what happens? And when you're feeling hot, what do you buy? And when you're serving, everyone likes it? Hot. When you're eating it, you buy. Right? Have you ever seen a person eating hot food slow? So you eat fast, you drink it fast. Before you leave, you buy another one for the road. And that's how they made their profit. Strategy. Right? Vodacom wasn't doing very well. They were blue. Then they strategy was, if we red, and then they turned well. Boom, they're the biggest network provider. Right. So what I'm going to say to you is that you must know your strategy in business. This is what I'm going to do. Right? I'm going to sell vouchers. You see, Caleb? What are you going to sell? Vouchers. Now, sometime came this guy's here, Larry, he's phoning me, one of those at late night. Hey, these guys are phoning me, but hey, in party, there's Ikacha or whatever is coming. Hey, in party, there's Starlink, there's this here and that. Then I have to listen to this. Then when the person is finished talking, I like, Voma tell. So the person, when they leave their house, are they going to take the fiber, put it on their shoulder and walk with it? They won't. Then carry on selling your vouchers, Chief. It's fine. Sell your vouchers. You see? That's my job. I don't get paid. You guys don't pay me. No? I only had one ask. Just buy me a Raptor. They can't even buy me a Raptor. Do. A Raptor, Chief. No, I don't have two of the same things. RR, Chief. You see now. So what?
train, you know, multiple SMEs, and you know that can obviously be part that you know that can essentially you know be passed on. But for us, it makes sense because costs we can bring certain things down, and I think that you know, leads into the goal of trying to empower you know all the SMEs. So by sticking together, you know, forming this, it's a really good idea. I think anyone that's not partnered at this point in time with JAM might actually be you know, losing out, because you're losing out on the negotiation buying power of all you know coming together. So yeah, that's my bit.
Mentioned, you know, expertise, you know, and our colleagues there in front also. And I think that, you know, the team has gone through the 10 years of, you know, paying their school fees. You don't have to. Likewise, when it comes to solutions, some of these solutions are so sophisticated that you cannot afford them by yourself. Right? So going through the consortium, it also assists you in tapping into the different technologies that we have available. You can piggyback on a network that's existing, or you can go and build your own. Honestly, one of the things that has broken down a lot of SMEs in technology is wanting to build another network. If we already have one, the whole point is that we can leverage off each other and just make sure that we're keeping each and every person, which is our ambition, connected. But yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Right, just in closing, on products, when we're looking at products, the tower of lessons that is outside a very expensive lessons. How does this help when you are already having people that have tried and tested products? By the way, there's a lot of other vendors and distributors that approach JAM on a day-to-day basis that give equipment for free to test and all of those things. Like Larry said, that if it's 1% off, it doesn't work, right? How does that assist where you're having this team collaborating so many people and deciding on a blueprint that has a standard to implement? How does it help and how does it make it better?
Well, very similar to what Caleb said is if it's one group reporting back to a vendor or a manufacturer, and you can tell them exactly what the successes of a single group has brought together for a country or whatever, they are very happy to support that. And that is again falling back to what Caleb said in terms of buying power, because it's easy to identify a single entity, and manufacturer can say, we will pass on assistance to that single entity, and we can track and record the successes of that entity. It's buying power. And the same goes to not just the vendor or the manufacturer, but the same goes to Mirror. So you then have the buying power with us as well, and we can work together like that.
Perfect. Yes, Ken.
Yeah. So I think something just important to add, because you know, just sitting here over the last 2 days, I think I've been at Myra for 9 years, and in that time, I've seen a lot of people that do a lot of talking. There's been a lot of people that's come to us with lots of great ideas and plans and how they want to connect SA. There's very few people that have actually done it. And the people that have done it are sitting in this room and sitting on that panel. These are guys that have tried and tested, and Leon talks about scars, but he's been doing this long before SA Connect. All these products that's being deployed and tested. Larry was talking about these microtics. I just went on now. Those microtics are on order right now. It's ready for collection. So it's not just talk, all of this, and our plan is to connect people, and the plan is to get to 250. It will be done. These things take time, but it will be done. And I think so far, we should all, give a round of applause for the effort and I think for all the progress that we've made, because it hasn't been easy. All of these things that everyone spoke about in terms of funding, resources, knowledge, engineers, that's not an easy thing to, come together collectively, because I think historically, and I think this is why there isn't a lot of trust, is that SMEs find it difficult to work together. So what you guys have been able to achieve in the space of time is just amazing.
All right, guys, that brings us to the conclusion of the jump session. So now we know and everyone understands what is jump. Jump is a group of people that came together. They realized that if they merge their synergy, they increase their power. And if they increase their power, they become divine. And whatever they leap into becomes a leap of faith. And when they land, there's prosperity. So we're going to break for 15 minutes, have tea, come back, and when we come back, I want my panelists to come back there again. What is WayaMore now? We finished jumping. You made us jump into WayaMore. What is WayaMore when we come back? 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Something I like as a mantra for me and the WayaMore, and now I like to use it as we jump. So it's just, I'm going to say it once and then can you please repeat after me? I'm going to go, who are we? And your response will be, we are jump. Who are we? We are jump. And who are we? We are jump. Who are we? We are jump. Thank you very much. Can I just please ask?
I would gladly do that. I will just share my cherry, my favorite one. Tasty. Okay, thank you. To anyone who's probably going to be interested in purchasing the book, The Polo for 100 Cherries, page 41. It has something that says, be the power. It's just very short. You are as strong as your willpower wills your power to be. It can kind of sound redundant, but I'll repeat that again. You are as strong as your willpower wills your power to be. And it's all in the mindset, really. It's really, really all in the mindset. If I can, just for the last time, because I think some people didn't get it. You are as strong as your willpower wills your power to be. Please, can I let you think of that while I hand it over to Dr. Leon Rolls. Thank you.
Mr. Cameraman, I'm not happy with you being there. I needed you to be in the front, but it's fine. I'll ask questions as you're walking around. Oh, yeah. Please, Chief, I need you in the front there. What must I do here?
Just switch it on.
It's on.
It's on. Just
It's all right.
Clip it somewhere.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you. That's fine.
All right. Now we're going to the next session of this morning. Gog, sisaxazulula inkinga yakho laphana. So what we know right now is that there's a company. It's a company called Jump, which is formed by 4 different companies, and sebesitshelile ukuthi what they do. We've heard from our stakeholders that our stakeholders are willing to work through this company, knowing that behind this company is everyone that is sitting here. Are we together? So which means that now we have a vehicle that we can use to have access to the world, right? To have access to the world. So which therefore means that Jump, with the backing and with the support of our stakeholders, can now go and say, we want to deploy 5 million hotspots by the year 2030. The Minister said yesterday that connectivity must happen by 2030. Everyone must be calculated, must be connected. How do we get this 5 million hotspots? So whatever we are planning and whatever we are hoping to do, how many hotspots? 5 million. The minister said there's about 62 to 65 million people in South Africa. Each hotspot connects about 20 to 25 people, which means therefore that in order for us to connect everyone onto the WayaMore network, we need 5 million hotspots. Those hotspots need to have backhaul, right? And that backhaul has to be terabytes per second that we will need. Lots of data, lots of everything. Right? Yeah. Wise man, I'm putting you back here. Chief, this is a freeway. This is my road, this one here. Right. So here we are now on this session. We understand Jump. There should be no question whatsoever on what Jump is. It's a lot of brain power. It's a lot of sleepless nights. It's a lot of IP. It's a lot of thinking. It's a lot of everything. All right? When they say to you that buy 3 off, these are not cheap devices. Right? I told you, I don't believe in 1 way out. I don't believe in 2 way out. I believe in 3 way out. Right? But you must always keep the other door open. Somehow kuna abantu gogo awucanda iBhayibheli angilazi. Hey, bayeke gogo. Kunento engabatshelanga gogo ukuthi mina nawe we have our scripture nights nje la where we talking about this scripture and we talking about yabo. Yeah. You see? So don't worry about that. Okay, we got you, Chief. Right? Willpower, Mel. You know, a lot of people think faith. Nah? Faith is having faith that God got your back. It doesn't. Nope. Then you're reading the wrong Bible. Uthi, uNkulunkulu, I give you free will, and free will I give you. I work in mysterious ways. I give you a talent, use it. If you don't use that talent, then don't come back to me. Isn't? Before, You take the speck out of someone's eye. Take it out from your eye first. So then why do we bring everything back and say, hey, I'm having faith in God? You must plan. Says I give you an ability to talk to someone. I give you the same language so you can converse and you can talk to people. Isn't? Says you must multiply and become multitudes. No? Free will, I give you. And free will is yours. So more hey, I'm going to buy Amstel lap. It's you. You decided to do that. If you wake up and you say, you know what? I'm not going to miss out on this. I'm going to go. It's free will. Right? So these things are important. Very important. Right? It is the will that brings people together. You see? Having faith is having faith in yourself, in your abilities. It's having faith that whatever I do tomorrow, it's going to reap rewards. That's the faith. People believe in the Bible more than they believe in God. It's a problem that we have. People believe in the Bible more than they believe in God. Whereas the very same Bible will tell you that there is the truth. It doesn't say I am the truth. And the truth is the word of God. Happy are those that see it. And it's only the blind that will see it. Happy are those that have blind faith. But in me is the truth and there's the light. But remember, there will be those who come with forked tongues that will tell you that I am when they are not. I'm just saying. Now that sets us the tone for WayaMore. The people that we have here in the panel is the people that have walked the journey. There's a very famous poem, that Footprints, ne? That when I was walking through the troubling times and the road got tough, enemies were pulling me left and right and center. There was fires going over hills, hungry, thirsty. But when I got to my destination, I looked at the back and I said, God, uNkulunkulu wenze njani? What uNkulunkulu? You see those footsteps where they stop. You see those big footprints where they begin. That was me carrying you on my back. Right? So these are the people that we have. These are the people with the big footprints that have walked the journey. So we want to hear from them. Now, we heard about JUMP. From what I understand, before I get to the people that run WayaMore, I want to hear from JUMP. From what I understand, is that JUMP is a company. WayaMore is a product of JUMP. So WayaMore is a product of JUMP. I want you to understand this. It is a product of JUMP. Otherwise, it's a project of JUMP. That's what I understand. So when this WayaMore is a product of JUMP, it is actually a network. Dennis says an entrepreneur must have something that you can sell and that people believe in. Right? Now we have this WayaMore. WayaMore is a network. Ngiyabona iloko lapha mina inogogo lapha. Ngiyayibona nangigogo lapha. Yeah, inside there nangu gogo lapha there. Nangu gogo lapha. Yes, you didn't know. Hey, learn. Nangu gogo lapha. Look at that Wi-Fi logo. Nangu gogo lapha. Ngabo nangu umuntu eqhuma lapha ujumpa ngithi. There's a person jumping there. Look at that logo. No, bukiseni kahle nayi lapha. States nomfana ayiphendule le bazobona kahle lapha gogo. Yeah, bring that banner here, young lion. Ngibethela nje kahle lapha. Woza nayo. Guys, you never notice that thing, eh? Serious? Yeah, here you can see here nicely. Ubambe lapha mfana omncane. Nangu gogo la ngithi. Nangu uqokeni. Khona ngithi. Omabethu lapha. This country was built on the back of our mothers. 9. Even Caleb was raised by our mothers there. And Philip there. All of us. There is it. There's a person jumping there. There's computers there. A lot of things there. There's a person jumping. Nangu mdu lapha yabo ijabulise taxi voucher kuqala. Nangu wise man lapha taxi voucher lapha. Right, can take it back. So I want us to understand this thing. So what we are saying is, let us take jump. Dealing with jump. Now we are into the main brand, the main thing, which is WayaMore. So from what I understand, the dream of WayaMore is that I must buy a voucher in Mlaz. I must travel to Alexander, to visit my young lion there who stays, and I must be still connected, stays, right? And if my voucher expires, you say, Alex, on Stace's network, I must buy a voucher and travel to and I must still be connected. You see? And then I must come back home, and from Uzianda, I must buy a voucher, and it still works. Do you see what I'm getting at? So we should go to kill network yakho lapha eranwa ilaba ile youth lesizo develop. Mesuka kuwe, mesuka lapha edropeni. Mefike edropeni kune WayaMore, still usazo connect. Meze eThekwini usazoba connected. Mehambe eEastern Cape usazoba connected. Mehamba everywhere usazoba connected with that voucher. Now that is WayaMore. That is WayaMore. It's a Wi-Fi network that connects with voucher. So when a person is coming to visit in South Africa, they go to booking.com or Airbnb. On the options, it must say, I want a place where there is WayaMore. Because I know that when I land from the airport, I'm going to buy a WayaMore voucher or buy a WayaMore voucher online, and wherever I go, there will be WayaMore. So I'll be connected. Says what? Now, from also what I understand, and you guys are going to explain to me how it works. From what I also understand is that to buy into WayaMore, uti umpati usai. There's a person that has money, right? That comes and says, I have 100,000 and I want to build a network here. I want WayaMore to come here. Utumpati sai, you pay Jump that money. Jump comes in with its Black Excellence Operation Board. They install your network. They give you this. All over Kobeni, WayaMore is here. There's a person called Benny that prints a voucher, gives you a voucher. People start selling. That's how it works, next days? Yes. Right? So you've got money. They come into, so that's model number 1. Let's say there's model number 2. Comrade 2. He goes to BBI. He promises to BBI, I can roll out a network. They give him a purchase order. He comes with that purchase order. He says, I have no cars. I have no technicians. I have no engineers. But I have a purchase order. Can you convert this purchase order for me into money and I want to buy into WayaMore. Then umphathi says, okay, Comrade Mdu, here's an agreement, sign here. He goes, he deploys, he says per site, you're going to pay me 2,000 rand or whatever to install, the rest of the money is yours. These people got good hearts. Then there's a Stace that says, me, I'm young. Me, I have no money. But you know what I have? I am young, I know my people, and I'm tired of being an unemployed graduate. I'm tired of being poor. I want to change the material conditions, and I'm not going to wait for promises, oh yes, now whatever programs, I'm not going to wait for that. He comes to Mphathi Sai, mina ngizovuka ekuseni ngigijima, ngitshela ukuthi ngenzeni. Then Mphathi Sai says, okay, fine, go and register a company. You know? Do you have a registered company? You have a registered company, people come through, is it? This is one of the finishes. Stand up till people can see you. From Alex, ne? Here's one of the young, come all the way from Alex. Came here, young person. Right? I want to build a network. Then Operation Mbo comes, Stace doesn't know where these things come from or how it is, but he just comes there and he says, okay, go here, jump up, hey chief, you don't climb up a ladder, let's climb down, now you drill. They just connect this cable into here, this is what this is. And then you become an ISP. That's how you buy into WayaMore. That is how, right? It's a very simple thing. And then once you have, and the network is up and running, then you start making money. People start selling, right? You're going to hear from their stories. Utusagibele stepisi, nenza anfagi Wi-Fi. Izosebenza kanjani? Dayisa ama voucher, ngicela voucher. Yeah, lapha, I want a voucher. You see, where's Daryl there? The people stopped him, but when abana zokushaya wena lapha elamonto bamfundisi, they were still installing. But they would dayisa lapho wenze sure ukuthi akhona ama voucher ngoba uzokushaya. We're going to hit you if there's no vouchers. When we see you again. Right, I got my Chesterville people there. Now my resellers arm. Living testimony now, Babakon. Right? Chesterville, guys, is big. Chesterville is big. So now you need to graduate. You move from tier 3, which means you are reselling vouchers, and you go to tier 2. So manje nani fanele nithi hayibo. Lapha eChesterville section bani nginabantu bami nami ngifuna uba ne-network yami. Nani be wise man wakhona. Yes. We want to see people graduating. You understand? So when you think ukuthi you are big enough, usuku tier 2, you've got your own network, then you want to advance into tier 1 to be like Jumps or Klosh. No. Stay there by tier 2, Comrade Mtu. There is a thing called co-competition. What is it? Co-competition. Co-competition is like this. It says that we will cooperate and compete. We will cooperate on this, we will compete on this. I want you guys to start to understand, right? Business is business. Comrade Mtu, leave your activism and thing aside, Lapana, outside when it comes to business, chief. Yes, leave it outside. So as you're coming into this model, you must understand, there's a level that you're going to get to, is level 2. When you feel there's nothing wrong, my daughter, with you going and starting your own jump, but just outside of this. You understand what I'm getting at? You're going to be a tier 2, owning your own access network. You know an access network? That one up it's your network. Wise man. Hey chief, that's your network there, Tonde. Now my hotspots are 1 hour. Right? But if now you want to start playing with the big boys, chief. Shema Frotman Lapan, we can't do it. Can't leave Frotman. So guys, we understand. I'm going back to competition, right? What is the difference between a Standard Bank ATM and an ABSA ATM? They're the same. The only difference is the branding, but they're the same, they operate the same. So if you've got 4 ATMs, and you're going to load money, it's the same company that goes loads that money, right? If that ATM is broken, it's the same technician that fixes this one, fixes that one, fixes that one, right? They're all written default. They all have switch. So the banks cooperate when it comes to the building of the ATMs, right? They cooperate. In this radio network, Philip, we have the radio conference, which was in Israel, the last one, where Cambium, everyone sits and they cooperate and say, we are now going to do a thing called Wi-Fi 6. These are the technologies, this is how it must work. You with me? There's an IEEE standard where all the engineers sit down and they say, this is what we agree on. But when they go and make their antenna, and when they go and make their management platform, that's where they compete. On the price, that's where they compete. Are we together? Yeah. You got it. It's called co-competition. We cooperate on us building up until we come to WayaMore. If you want to be a tier 1, then you are competing with Jump to provide the access network, because this thing works in that effect. You can have many people being resellers. So now WayaMore, how many resellers you have?
7.
You got 7, right? Now, if tomorrow one of those resellers say in the place and in the spot where you got, they say, no, now I want to have my own hotspot, will you allow it? You're not, you're going to kick them out. So a WayaMore can have more resellers, right? In that area, at Chesterville, you can only have one WayaMore, right? If you go to Mayville, you go to other places, Itegu is big, you can have, you understand, Umlazi, but Umlazi is huge. You got a reseller, but there is that. Are we together? And soon those in there, I've got my grannies. Do you see what's happening? And they're going to have a lot of resellers, right? But now coming up from tier 2 and you're coming to tier 1, we cannot all use the same breakout and the same thing coming. You heard from the stakeholders. We are better prepared dealing with one than to have multiple people. Are we together? When we started this thing, there was more than 80 of us, but as you come in, it starts shrinking by default. Are we together? Yes. Now that we understand what we are saying, Jump, guys. There is this WayaMore, Larry. People who goggle up. You heard them in the morning what they said. We are lost. Everything is above us. I want you to simplify this, Larry, as simple as possible. Right? How do you see this thing in the air that's called WayaMore, where you put a voucher and you get internet access? Just very simple.
Let me try my best. I always talk from a technical point of view. So if we look at Vodacom, MTN, the cell phone companies, as we call them, they've been in existence in our townships. But the product comes from a corporate point of view. It comes from a high level and not from the people itself, people using there, people staying there, people knowing the gogo that's staying there, people that knows the spaza shop, the people around, the councillors. So WayaMore comes from the bottom. Understanding what do we need as a people staying there, what do we want to pay for this product, how do we want it to operate for us that's staying there. So we've been concentrating on townships for many, many years. It's the only places I know. I don't know suburbs. And we developed this product for us staying there. So WayaMore is competition for Vodacom, let's say, on the voucher system, on the prepaid system. There was lots of drives saying data must fall, data must fall. WayaMore is the actual product that makes data fall, the actual, the living thing that's there to make data fall. That's where it comes from. So it's cheap, quality product for townships, for us people that understands what it is, how to use it, what do we need it to do. When we go to the taxi, it must operate. When we get off the taxi there in another township, go visit your auntie, it must work there, because I only have 1 5 rand for the whole day. I don't have 10 5 rands for data. And that is where WayaMore was created, with that essence. Did I do it justice?
Yeah. Right, welcome. There's a lot of project. It says where Ikecha, whatever it's called, Katsi Connect. I see all these popcorns everywhere. There's popcorns. We go to Lamontville, there's popcorns. Chesterville, there's popcorns. There's these popcorns. I call them popcorns that are everywhere, right? They make a lot of noise, exactly. They're everywhere. How is WayaMore different?
Yeah, thank you, Press. I would say it's the power of unity. The unity that is brought by you, the ANPs. We cannot be everywhere at any given time, but you can be wherever you are. You can run your own program there and connect it to us. So the WayaMore, you break it out there, you connect your community, you manage your own network, it's your network, and we are your backhaul. So everywhere that you are present, you are able to support you. That's the unity that brings the common to the WayaMore.
Thank you. Right, Dennis. Hey, WayaMore. Hey, wireless, WayaMore. Why WayaMore? Why this? See, these guys are looking very nice here. Why this WayaMore? Where's this thing coming from? What inspired all of this beautiful branding that we have? Yeah.
Well, you highlighted something of strategy, ne? What is strategy? It's the decision of doing this and not doing that. I think the biggest contributor to developing a brand identity and eventually a brand identity system is based off a vision. And the biggest thing of the vision was there being a clear strategy that, one, this thing needs to be everywhere. And everyone must be able to contribute to be part of this thing. So there needs to be levels. So that form part of the brand identity, that this thing will be everywhere and for everyone. Then we go, okay, fine. How does it get there? And how do we get an icon or a picture or something that will allow us to show that? So when it's time to tell a story, there's something that's there. So I'll start with the WayaMore symbol. You know Batman, the Popeye, the comic, or some of us as connoisseurs, we'll call it a comic book character. That Batman, there's a light at night. Ne? And when that light is on, he knows that's his signal to say, we need you. The city is in trouble. Ne? When we thought of it, we said, our people are in trouble. They need to connect cheaply. They need to connect on something that's proper, that's stable. They need to be part of this economy of this thing here called, this we're calling WayaMore. Now, I'm still here on the symbol side. And I'll end with the actual name. So if we see WayaMore on the ground, we get the backhauling technology that Welcome spoke about. The fiber infrastructure is here at the bottom and the foundation. Nah? Then there are towers. These represent the towers, these solid ones here, and these. They represent the towers. I think the towers are sitting like that. You can see there's a tower. The top section, some of the dots, they're connected. This is a stylized Wi-Fi symbol, actually. So the fiber infrastructure powers the towers and gives us that access. And it connects people. Then we said our bat symbol is there. This symbol, when they see it, they must say, hey, to Leyanto. This one is ours. Because it belongs to the people. Because they're the ones that said, we're in trouble, this data is expensive. And Larry spoke about, that must fall. This is a symbol of data must fall, for real. This is the, that's our bad symbol now. Every time you see this, you must know that's what it represents. Utaisi voucher, you're reselling equipment, you're providing backhaul, you're providing access technology, you're a distributor, you're doing a survey, you're printing vouchers, you're deploying, you're planning a storeroom, you're answering a phone. You are part of Data Must Fall. You're talking about this thing. You want to own your network. You are a symbol of Data Must Fall when it all comes together. Then, Press took my job. So here at the bottom, and it is levels also. Here at the bottom, there's a lot of access technology there. Routers, switches, satellites, all of these type of things. That's what's here. The next level, these are devices that need to connect. Ne? Our drones will connect, our laptops, security cameras, cell phones, a whole lot of things. Onto the cloud software that we need to access, a whole lot of things. USB things to connect, we connect. Ne? The last one is the result. There's a reason why this person's jumping with their hands up like this. He's happy. The gogo here, she's smiling. She's not sad, oh, it's expensive. She's smiling, ne? She's happy, ne? The sun is shining, that means there's hope. But the most important thing, there's some comrade do there. Advocating to ensure that data must fall. And that's where we are with the look and feel. And then lastly, to close, before we came up with the name, we had all of this figured out. The technology, how things are going to connect, from backhaul to access to all of these things. We want people to be happy. We knew that. We want people to connect their devices, IoT, Internet of Things, all of these type of things. be part of the digital economy and all of that. But now we need a name. That's going to be easy to remember when we're selling this thing. Hey, this thing must be easy to sell. So we knew that we wanted a logo that will represent Wi-Fi and have an essence of the Wi-Fi symbol that we all understand. We're not reinventing the wheel. So we said, because we're going to be focusing on wireless technology and the ways that people are going to connect wirelessly, we need a name that says that somehow. And said, no, let's play around with this name. Because everything we do is going to be wireless. You know, we're building towers with wireless technology that's going to connect, you know, because the fiber's there, most of that infrastructure is there. We're not playing in that game. Then, at the end of wireless, we saw there was something less there. And said, you know what, let's flip this and make it wire more, because the current state is less. And where we want to go to a state of more. So we don't want to just do wireless. We want to do wireless, but we want to be wire more than just a normal wireless. And that's where the name comes. So this is why these gentlemen, they don't sleep at night. Because we have to discuss these things, and it must all come together with you. Oh, so in essence, WayaMore is definitely for the people. All right? Then, lastly, these people here, even in a social gathering, these people here, they just talk about one thing only. Connectivity, connectivity, connectivity. Only. Hey, it's a pride. You'll talk here. Hey, I bought new shoes. Hey, but you know, hey, that tower there, I need to. Hey, I need to call Miro. I need to get, ne? Then, the thing that we want people to always be is to be connected. That's all we want. That's how they become happy, when they're all connected. We want to connect to our community. Through WayaMore, we are connected to our communities, whether where we're from, where we live, and where we associate. Not only on the ground of these communities, but also our stakeholder community. As we have Vodacom and Miro here, they are part of the, we need to be connected with them and bring them into this big dream that we all have, which is very important. Now, there are some people wearing these WayaMore t-shirts. This part here, where is it? Could you maybe tap on it? Could you tap on it? No? It's here on purpose, this thing. Yeah, this side. You can see your heart beats. Although it beats here and then we feel it here. It's here. The heart is pulsating, it's beating. Ne? It's here on purpose. So everything we do, I'm going to speak about excellence. Everything we do, we think of it. From the time where the first voucher is being sold and how they get to the voucher and how it's generated and how everything is thought of. And yeah, that's it. That's how the story falls. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Mpaji side. Now we understand this model. We understand this thing here. We haven't come to the vouchers yet, Penny. We're coming there. Right? God could say I'm right. Yeah. So much is it's not jump all up and then but it's not low wire model. So which means when you buy into this thing, it's like a franchise. It's got excellence, it's got standards. You already got people ready to deploy and to help you. It's a franchise. It's like you go to KFC and you buy a franchise of KFC. But here you're buying into a franchise that comes as a package. Near Chesterville. So make them down upon ekhaya, even ekhaya emakhaya le good. Men funa ukusa khona uWayaMore, nikhuluma noWayaMore la. Nithi hey, sifuna ukusa le kwaXimba, wherever it is, yabo koNongoma, wherever. So you buy into a franchise, young lion, ne? Ngoba now you taking this thing to Soweto. Ngithi kupesa wethu. Jablan. Yabo? No, I want to take this thing to Jablan. Taking it to go there. Right? But mfundisi, uthe wena lapha emzinyathi, we're taking it there, emakhaya. So kakunabona it? Right? So you don't have to worry about everything else. Nina nje, you're just buying into the business. So you again, then you run, you operate. Hayi ziyakhala. Yabo? Ziyasha. Party side. People keep talking about backhaul and about this. Yo, it can be difficult to deal with Vodacom. It can be difficult to deal with MTN. It can be difficult to deal with Telkom. I mean, I don't do boardrooms. Because one, I must wear a suit. Number two, fane ngikhuluma isingisi. Hayi lesi singisi lesami lesesibhedayo. Lesi singisi polishekile esikhuluma uDennis lapha. Yabo? I have to speak that English that one day. Yabona into sami into engishoyo. Ngigqoka isuit. Ngikhuluma isingisi. And then, hey, I was speaking once, right? I think people don't invite me anymore to speak. Because I was called to this colloquium. But it's called a colloquium. Something like that. So I'm sitting in the front, Lapa. Then these people are talking how well they're doing and what, small business. There's minister Lapa of small business. So ngithi mina, hey, you know the biggest problem? Kulabantu abakhulume before me lapha engihleli nabo la kulesi stage. They're busy patting themselves on the shoulder, ne? They are telling everyone that is here how well they are doing, Caleb. And I said, on my right, when we got in here, there's these bags, these conference bags that we're getting. Yet when I was outside, they would no Coco, no Mama, they were making these beautiful bags that are sold. But this Kwamesla was supplied from China by some white company. And I'm like, but how does it help? Why don't you support Labo Mama, Labo Namone conference of 500 people, buy those bags and give us these bags? Why are we carrying a bag from China? That's the first problem. Le branding in this room, who supplied it? It's a simple thing. Yet your government claiming to support people, yet you are here, you're tapping yourself on the back. You said your SMMEs that you're supporting must stand up. The white SMMEs stood up. The black SMMEs didn't stand up. Then I said, Nina Sifa and all of these people, when we get a purchase order and we come to you, uzositshela ukuthi we must have collateral. Angisazi isingisi mina, collateral yani la. I don't have land. My grandfather didn't leave me with land. You see? My grandfather didn't leave me with land. Yabo? You see where I'm getting at? We had land. We had land. Angiyena uZulu nje uthi uvuke manje langa. Mina izizulu ngingenxa lesende kaMpande, but I don't have land. But now you want collateral. Mengihamba ngebhank, ibhank ithi ifuna collateral. You are funded by government to help us as black people to start our businesses, but you want collateral. The same thing that the bank wants. So lenti nonsense. It's nonsense, this thing of yours. Yeah? So now that you are funded by the government and I'm hoping for you to help me, but you can't help me because of these things that you are putting and all these blockages that you're putting. So then I'm seizing a load, it's useless. Hey, program director, daughter, we go one correct. Tintonga tinto. What, Dr. Ross, please don't use those language, those words. Get him now what words? Till like nonsense and useless. Get him now. Why? Tinoland is a minister in this and this. Get him now. I'm sorry. English is not my first language, ne? Nangikhuluma isiZulu mina. Ngithi mina program director, if minister uhlula ukuzwa iqiniso, number 1, yabo lezi zinto ezifakwa la ngibiza ngani ama earbuds or whatever those earmuffs, you must take them and give them to the minister. So when I speak, he can put them on so he doesn't listen to what I'm saying. That's number 1. Or number 2, if something is not making sense to you, what is it? It makes nonsense, right? If something is supposed to be useful to you, and that thing is of less use to you, what is it? It is useless. Ukuthi ngipronounce kanjani angazi ukuthi ngonephi lapha. What if you put it like that, I apologize ngathi next time ungangiphazamisa. Aphinde ungiphazamise next time engikhuluma mina. So it's a simple thing, right? Guys, don't worry. When I do this, the brain is busy calculating. It's forced to calculate. About is it clicking at the back, and that engine to my lapan. I'm trying to figure out what is it, the revs per minute, the clicking, those things. So I'm trying to distract my brain to bring it back here. Don't worry. Yeah, is it? Can you? Yeah. No, it's fine. It's okay. Right. Now we're back here in Patisai. Patisai. The most difficult thing on a backhaul is dealing with all of this. I can't deal with Vodacom and MTN because they bring me to a boardroom, then I must speak this English. Zama is my favorite because it's like the only one where I can talk like, hey, hey, it happens. I promise you, it's difficult. I'm not joking. I'm sure we have those things, this going into these boardrooms. Now we are forced to do. What we want to do, you see the sun there. We want to put on a cap. I want to go jump in the car. I want to go and install. But now I must come to a boardroom and sit down and talk. You see? Now we do jump, we have one Patisai. Patisai for the first time ever since I've known him in 10 years. I've also saw him wearing shorts in Mpumalanga. Ay. Not ya. Yabo Patisai. Now I'm going to say nje yo noma ngamkhupha kanjani hlala ikhuphile mambani the. You see? So yesterday when the minister was here, like, hey, you need to go brief the minister. I can't. It's a boardroom lab. You see? It's a boardroom lab. I can't. Boardroom for me, hey. Don't put me in a boardroom. Hey, chase away a ship. Don't put me in a boardroom with this one, especially. No. What goes from Kumbi? This one here. Hey, don't even go there. No, Che. So, Patisai, can you tell us? There's Vodacom, there's MTN. Yesterday you said something very critical, these packages and those things. WayaMore is there, is now broadcasting. It's got a beautiful model, connecting people. It's Kati-based, local money, local economy. No, but it's nice, right? You've got a great support of backhaul and everything, right? What works? You said yesterday what doesn't work, so we know what doesn't work. But right now, Mpatisai, right now, we don't have Starlink. That's a reality. We don't have Starlink right now. Larry, we don't have fiber in the areas where we are going to. But Mpatisai, can you tell us what works? Because ugogo lapha meyo deploy. Ngifuna ukuthi azi whoever wants to deploy a network, ukuthi mengifika kule network, fanele ngazi ukuthi uTelkom, uVodacom, uMTN or what. So what do we look for? What is it that gives that quality, that happiness on WayaMore, Mpatisai?
Yeah, I think what works, number one, I think we have found something with Vodacom, which is their 5G product. That product works very well for now. It's a temporary, product solution that we are deploying now. We tried a lot of things, we've been using LTE, and we've been using fixed LTE from Vodacom, from MTN. We've been using wireless what you call point-to-point from Vodacom. Sometimes in other areas it works, but nothing works like the 5G because of the speed that we are getting there. But one thing that I want to say on WayaMore is that, please, if you have anyone you know anywhere who will tell you, use this and this can work, do not put it in our network, which is WayaMore. Very critical. Because this is a franchise. We've got a team that does our proof of concept, and they check if this thing will work or will not work. We accept the suggestion to say, hey, I found this, someone told me about this. But don't get excited and put it there, because we guard this brand with our lives. So we will not allow anyone to come and put. For now, I'm saying the temporal solution that we are using, we're using a fixed LTE and 5G product. So if in your area you send us the location, we don't need an address. Just send us a location. Drop me a pin location or whoever that will be dealing with that from the group. Then we will check what is the nearest if 5G is not there. But I can promise you the relationship that we have with, especially with Vodacom, is that if there's no coverage in that area, they will speedily move to that area and make sure that we have the coverage there. We are currently talking, Press, that they will give us all their towers where they have fiber. So that means next to their tower, because we are striving for excellence, black excellence. So we know that with 5G, it's a rapid deployment solution, but it's a temporal solution. Then we are moving to say, now we want the fiber directly, so we can take it and build our tower next to their towers, and then we deploy. Yeah, but that works for now. Press, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. So that was on Jump. Now, there are people like Wiseman, Utabang, Nomvelo, Noziandu Kela. Koko, these are the people that have already deployed networks. They are already tasting WayaMore. So I just want to hear from them. Tabang, what does it taste like? What does it taste like having your own network and being one WayaMore, Lapa, and Tante Wi-Fi? In Coxstar, those kids called me Mkulu Wi-Fi. So lana soba no Coco Wi-Fi. Stay sabang kama lapa. Alias. Uzaltola now. Sabang.
Greetings, everyone. So, in short, what it tastes like money. So, I've actually started deploying, or I have a network already existing, and I'm already reaping rewards from that. So, and I can actually tell you that the feeling that you get when, at the end of the month, or when somebody comes through to buy a voucher to be connected, you're only not getting excited because you're actually getting money out of it, but you're getting excited because you're actually having someone using your own network that you built yourself, and you actually having someone to use your network to actually empower themselves, or to stay or get connected, either to do for school kids research, or Gogo, they use it to actually stay in touch and communicate with their loved ones. I do have Gogo around my area that actually uses my network, and immediately the network is down. Like if within 2 minutes, I get a long list of voice notes on WhatsApp that, hey, this thing of yours, it's down now, what's happening? Come fix it. So it keeps you on your toes as well, and it pushes you and drives you to excel and do better, basically. So in a nutshell, it's a great feeling, and I'd encourage everyone that's here to actually be part of it. Thank you.
Wiseman?
Thank you very much, leadership. The feeling is great from the point where Tabam begins. I would say it begins with your community. And then when your community receives at this network and then they buy the vouchers from you, it's a great feeling. When you are stopped on the shop, when you are going to buy isinkwa on the shop, then someone stops you on the road and say, hey, give me a R5. So it becomes a lifestyle for one person because it means when you are going to the shop, you must carry at least 5 vouchers on your pocket because someone will stop you on the way, even if you are going to see a friend or even if you are going to town. So you must have a R5. Even if you are coming to a meeting like this, on my back there are vouchers right now. Because if someone calls me or send me a voice note, and then they say that day I need a R5 and it's not there, maybe in that certain shop, or a shop Katlengiwe, or it's finished, or Mayville, it's finished. So can I have a voucher? You don't need to make excuses. You just need to deliver. So that's how it feels. So it feels it's the best feeling ever to feel pressed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Zianda, you got a network at Imlazi, being the youngest, you've shared with us. But you're feeling Njani, one day you're walking around the streets, next thing you're money maker.
Okay, so before I started selling vouchers, Uncle Leon said, you need to make 10,000. And then I was like, yo, 10,000. And then I think I already made 10,000. I already made 10,000, and before I started selling, I was like, okay. That night, the first night I started selling, I was like, okay, how can I reach 10,000 in maybe 4 months? And I was like, okay, fine. And then, on the second day, I was like, okay, fine. And Gatola, maybe like 300. I already sold maybe 100 vouchers. And I was like, okay, fine. Maybe it's all reach our low 10,000. Yeah, I already did, and I'm so happy and very gaitandi money and and I can make money. Like I had strategies, so it's okay, fine. Gizotola and yeah.
The WayaMore journey began with Unomvelo and Upin. The product that Umpatisai was talking about was the origin of WayaMore. Zinzi, you're also part of it. It was nice, ne? That thing that we're doing. It was nice, it was nice, it was nice money. We had clients, it was good, right? Until MTN cut us. So the discussions that we're having, what should this thing be called and that, come from a lot of names until this team here came up with WayaMore. Until they came up with WayaMore, right? So, Nomvel, when the deployment is happening, right? So in the storeroom, you have 2 people, right? You have Granny and you have Unomvel, right? Granny has her book. How she does it, how it works, I do not know. But if I can ask Granny now, Granny, how many Wi-Fi 6 grand streams are in the storeroom? Granny goes to her book and she'll tell you. Unomvelo has a system at any given time, because one of the things that become very expensive is people opening this box. There's a rubber inside here, Caleb. The guys go and install and they drop that rubber on the floor. 2 weeks later, the site is down because they didn't put the rubber. You take this grand stream, the guys leave the antenna in the box, and it breaks. It's important to control your stock. How are you controlling your stock? What are you using? to control your stock?
I'm using a system called Splinks. So this is how it normally goes. So first of all, they identify a person like Zianda, who's from Mlazi, and then the engineers, they do a site survey, and then after that, if they've identified sites, and then they are being ready to go and install, what I do, let's say they have 4 hotspots, and they've identified the houses that they're going to. So I take out equipment, so I know that I have 4 Wi-Fi 6s that are going to Mlazi. So each and every grant stream has a unique serial number. So there's a system called Splinks that we're using that's, if equipment is coming from Mario, I put it in my system. I know how many grant streams I have. I know how many microtics I have. I know everything. So if they're going to deploy, I am going to take it out on Splinks and I'm going to put it into a distributor named Zianda. So I know that grant stream serial number so-and-so is at Umlazi, house number so-and-so. So whenever it's down, I get to pick up that it's this grant stream that's down because that's how the system is running. So you put it on Splinks, it goes out, and then if it's coming back again, you put it back. So I know which grant streams are no longer in the storeroom, which grant streams are on the household. So that's how I...
Okay. Thank you very much. Penny, who stays lapha? You ended up getting your vouchers? Yes. Okay, who stays lapha? He needed vouchers. You are sitting at Tegwini, he's sitting on the other side of the world, which is in Alex, ne? So when he needs vouchers, what is the process? What is the process from the time that the person needs vouchers up until the time they get the vouchers before they distribute them? What is your process?
All right, thank you, Chris. So the process, like you mentioned, Kono Stacy has a network, Alex, so he needs to sell vouchers, obviously. So Stacy comes to me, Penny, network yami, but deploy team, and I need people who want to buy vouchers. So he tells me, okay, I need a certain amount of vouchers. With vouchers, we have batches. We have the 100, we have 5 rand for 100, we have 25 rands for 50, and then you have 125 rands for 25. So he tells me, I need maybe 2 batches of 5 rands, 3 batches of 25 rands, and 1 batches of 125. So I take that down, I go to my systems, I do my things, I print vouchers for him, and then I send it via PIP. So with the voucher distribution, it depends ukuthi umuntu ukude kangakanani. Uwazimeni uDarryl uyamdelivela ama-voucher because useduze, use-Chesterville. uGeli, we deliver vouchers to her because useThekwini. With uStacy, use-Alex, so we use PIP to send vouchers to him.
Okay. Right. So now, Gogo, siyazi ukuthi kune-jump. Jump makes us sleep at night. Bona bangalali bona. They must stay up ngoba ahlanya vele. Yabo? So they must work. So they deciding all the solutions, everything, but too many team bezokwakhela network. When I cook in network, you say atuyilalele ebusuku ungalingi Gogo yabo ulalele nebusuku. Bakwakhela network. So ISP, yabo? Yeah. Nice. Le network yakho le when you are buying into the franchise ka WayaMore. So WayaMore does the configuration, the vouchers and everything. It is in network, it's ithe pa sabalaza lapha ebantwini. Wena usiya kuPenny, usiya order ama voucher. Wena ama voucher uyawathatha either ekhaya uyawadayisa noma uhambe uyowa-distributor kuma-tuck shop ukuthi bedayise. Yabo? So now you've got a business. So any business yakho is to pick up the phone Penny, Then mtanam mdinga ama-voucher 100. Mose Marisburg ayi thumela ngoPep. Goga pick up eksasa kwaPep ngosuku oluthile. When you have a PEP, you are a collector, your distributor, kuma tuck shop akho. Bayafika bathenga kuwe imzimnandi. It's easy, no? These people have made it so easy. Now, there are people abazofuna ukuthenga ama-voucher online and those things. We can't do it. There's a system that works and is called Vula Coin. Vula Coin is linked to Project Isizwe. But they will want how many percent, Che? What's their thing?
9.
It's 9%.
After 3 months, they tell you they're taking 10,000 and it will run off whether you have it or not.
Yeah. So it's 9% plus low 10,000. So Tina, we are right with it. There's a paper, that's a voucher that you just go and sell. It's okay for, no, but it's okay. It's all right. Right? But we are in the process of developing our own system, right? Developing our own system that is going to handle that. All right? We're busy now in the initial phases of the design, the user requirements, and then once we've done with the real user requirements phase, then we're going to start developing. So in the future, there will be a system where you're going to order my voucher and it's going to make sure everyone works nicely. Are we together? Yes. There's a system that is being developed, right? Now that's what I do. Don't do this networking thing of theirs. I just develop systems. I'm comfortable there. You see? Right? So are we all together? We all understand. We've heard from Uchamp, the fathers of WayaMore. We've heard from already franchisees, people that have already bought into my franchise, and then the people that are behind the scenes. Now, Larry Mpatisai, from what I understand, is that the production offices for vouchers is eThekwini, Mpumalanga, from Nelspruit, correct? And then from Bloem, which therefore means that if you are an ANP Comrade Mdu and you need vouchers, those vouchers you will get them from Larry because you're in Bloem. Right? Dennis is in Gauteng, where does he get them from? He gets them from Mpumalanga. Uzinzi is in Eastern Cape, which means you will get from KZN. Are we together? Right. Steph is in Northern Cape, which means you will get from Bloem, from Free State, from Bloemfontein. Right. This thing we are building and developing as we go. So now we understand there's Jump, which is the company, there's WayaMore, which is the project or the product, which is a franchise model that works on open access that we all buy into. Are we together? Yes. Right? Stace is benefiting. There's another one benefiting there. There's another one here that is benefiting. There's Ubaba Mfundisi that is there. That is already part of the value chain, isn't? Naichester Village Gwele Lapan is already part of the value chain. Right? Zinzi, you short of activation. Right? So are we together? So much do we understand ukuthi what WayaMore is? Remember ukuthi it's open. You want to go to Waceza, you want to go to Eshushu. Yay. Has everyone been to Eshushu? You guys don't know what Eshushu go. It's good that you don't know. But Philip, you, I'm just going to tell you because I need to tell you. I'm not going to tell the others. You see this place called Ishushu. Ishushu means warm. The Tugela River, né? There's a part where the Tugela River runs, you know. There's a part that side, I say Kranskop. When you stand on the top, right, and you're looking down at the Tugela River, you see, And you see it from far away, it meanders like this, and it's green, it's the most beautiful serenity. You see, if God had a place to go and rest, he goes and sits there, right at the top, and he just looks, and he says, yeah, this is good. It's peace. So when you go down to this place, it's the place where ilembe leqamanya malembe ngokukhalipha, ne? Ushaka Zulu, he used to bathe there, right? So it was full of crocodiles. You understand? Full of crocodiles. So it's the only one used to go in there, and the crocodiles are around like this, and they used to just like, hey, dude, what's up? And go worry about their own business. No, that one. Aye, chief. So just walk in, and the crocodiles just move aside like this. Hey, sorry, bruh. He starts. So he was bathing there. There, shush. The water up until now is warm, by the way. If you go in there, if you don't scared of the crocodiles, you go in there, you can bathe. But the water is warm, right? So I think crocodiles, maybe they don't like warm water. So this guy, remember, he was clever. So he knew, he used to check the other bras, like, hey, you say, oh, check here. Me, I'm that old, like, walks in, like, you check. But the crocodiles were scared of the hot water, not you. So he goes in there, he used to bathe there. So the Portuguese come, and then Portuguese are coming there, they want to hunt elephants. So they wait for him, and he comes out of this water and walks through the crocodiles. He's standing there. Hey, dudes, what you want? Check. Say, brah, we want to hunt elephants. I said, okay. If you want to hunt elephants, who's the elephant? Hey, the one of them looks, gets clever quickly. He says, you are. So you want to hunt me? I know. Why you want to hunt the elephants? Then they tell him that no, they want the elephant tusk, and that's okay, fine. What is it that you're going to do for me? Then they say to him, no, Tina, we've got this medicine and this and this. He says, oh, okay. What's this medicine for? No, it's to heal this and that and that and that. You check Philip and his people, come with those things. Look like Portuguese, bruh. So I said, I'm going to tell you. You see? Then he says to him, okay, go in. Guy's like, no, I'm all right. I just come from there. Go in. Guy's like, no, Nkosenkulu, please. He says, you see my medicine that I use, Wamumut, allows me to go in there. So when your medicine can't even go in there, so what is it that you're going to help me with? So that's not going to help me, bruh. Then he says to him, I wasn't good in anything. He says, what you carrying there? He says, no, this is what we call a gun. What's it for? You use that to hunt elephants. Says, yeah. Says, may I hunt elephants with my spear? What is it? Can that thing kill a lion? Says, yeah. He says, my spear can kill a lion. You see? Says, can that thing kill a man? He says, yeah. Nice, it can kill a man. And then he takes one of his dude, he puts him here. He says, kill him. And you see. So I can imagine that the guy is standing. You see. But obviously, he would have killed you if you were shaking. So a guy standing like, kill me, bruh. Then he says, no. Can I please rather shoot my horse? And not, he says, you're lucky. Had you shot him, I was going to show you my spear, what it can do to one of your people. You see that? So he says, look, guys, let's not busy wasting time in this here. Let's do this here. Kill that crocodile. And then the guy goes, aims, shoots the crocodile. Crocodile doesn't die. He looks at it like this. He says, yeah, ne? Remember that guy wanted to kill all the people that came here. He didn't say, he just wanted to do one thing only. Wanted to kill Philip and his people. You see, for real. So A guy can't kill a crocodile. He says, look here, because this thing of yours can't kill a crocodile, ne? Do this here. Let us agree. You'll give me guns, then you can hunt the elephants. That was the first BEE deal. That was the first arms deal. Yes, that was the first arms deal. You see where I'm getting at? Right, that was the first arms deal. Now the reason why they killed him, he realized that this thing couldn't kill that. He was already making shields out of crocodile skin to go and attack and kill them. So then they had to make sure that they speak to his brothers to kill him before it's too late. You see? Methi lapana bofaka mnqayi hot. Bopha mnqayi lapha. Got his hands in the fire there, he pulls them out. Hayi kunzivalanga is busy. Hey, hot Bob. Yabona kusasa. Yizo lezi izandla lezi ezongibulala. And he already knew. Kuthi leli izwe leli liyobuswa enjani ePapa phezulu. It's a beautiful statue that they, remember the first statue they made? Well, they made a statue of him there in King Shaka Airport with him being in the crown. And the late, the king said, hey, it was not a good umfana lo, bengalus. Change that statue, that's why today it says he's for me. You see? So Caleb, you see, when the regiment, the part of the regiment that started training on how to use firearms, ne? Started to use firearms. If you go to eSandlwane, yabo impi yaseSandlwane ikuphi? Nayazi ngithi impi yaseSandlwane ukuthi bikuphi? Ibele ngako Great Town that side, lapho ngokomsinga lapho impi yaseSandlwane. Impi yaseSandlwane ibilapho. Yabona ukuthi Pietermaritzburg is where? It's like 150 kilometers away, Tabang. You see? So when the Zulu regiment left from Pietermaritzburg, Beshama Hauganju, vu, vu, vu. You could hear them 150 kilometers away. 150 kilometers away, you could hear them. And they were in Maritzburg doing this. And eSandlwane, where they were going to attack, they said the rain is coming. One of the guys told them, it's not the rain, it's them. They said, from where? They said, no, they're in Maritzburg. They're coming. You see, tomorrow morning when the sun rises, they'll be here. Vo, vo, vo. In the morning, they were there. And they shot the whites that they were fighting. If you know your history, they shot them. And it was coming from that arms deal. You see? The person leading that regiment, Umadli Nsimbi Bembengele, is my great-great-great-grandfather. So that's how I know that story. Let's go have lunch, and we'll come back after lunch. Thank you very much. Not bad. Lolu Michael engathunywa anyway. Where's my jacket? My phone again. Yeah, that jacket I'm going to Michael, I need him to be part of here. He must stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please kindly settle down and take our seats?
All right. About this, and the reason why I had, welcome on the panel. I'm thinking of just putting them there in the panel, so only way to make them in, not to disturb anyone. They will have no welcome. We don't need a panel just to be there, just to sit there, because you're making a noise. To set an example, look, if you're busy talking during this session, I'm going to put you there. All right. We're getting there, huh? Where is Uzinzi? Where is Michael? Yeah. These are the two people that are the most problematic in this thing. We sit down, we discuss things, they're all over the show, they're not here present, and then when we go and implement the plan, and then they want to think. It's the most dangerous thing to do. Yeah, hey, thinking is the biggest problem, right? Okay. So, let Tafula Lil is not configured, right? Tontisatu kuzenzela into zeni. Chesterville, ka Wiseman. Hayi, buyelani emuva. Go back. Nintshela nje ngathi my brain is working 24/7, is checking ukuthi ubani wenzeleni yabo. So that's a problem that I have. Right now I must configure now, because these guys now have changed position, these people have changed position. Yo. Hey, I wish. Yo. One of the biggest things I regret in my life is not drinking or smoking or taking drugs. I think this brain was designed to do that. Yeah. Yeah, just one sec, guys. Just have to adjust it. Right. When you want to do something, remember I told about the Walt Disney approach? I want to tell you now about my guy, ne? Steve Jobs, right? I have 4 inspirations in whatever I do in life. It's Walt Disney, it's Steve Jobs, right? It's the one and only Sir Richard Branson. Screw it, just do it. You with me? Yeah. And Donald Trump, right? And Donald Trump. Listen, Chief, I know what I want, what I don't want. I don't want Mexicans. I don't want Chinese doing this. You see, local money. We need to build the American economy. War, what war? Yeah, no war, right? Okay. In the world, right, and this is why I have these people here. In the world, there's people think differently, né? And people are categorized different, right? There's clever people. There's clever people. People are clever. Monkey's clever. Monkey can jump on the tree, can peel a banana. It's clever. There's clever people in the world. Clever people. They're clever. Right? They're smart people. They're smart people. Smart people. You see, smart people. Smart people, there's a problem. They simplify it. They solve it. Smart. Smart people. Right? There's intelligent people. Right? There's intelligent people. There's a problem. You take the problem. You calculate it. You see its impact. Right? You come up with a scientific way of solving that problem. Right? It's intelligent people. That's how intelligent people are classified. There's geniuses. They take a simple problem, they complicate it, they come up with a complex decision, complex solution. Then you look at them, wow, so complicated. It's a genius. You get it, Chief? Not going to read this in any book or learn it in any school, this school. All right? Now, the people that I mentioned and why I follow them. Usually, people will look when something needs to be done. Oh, what needs to be done? How are we going to do it? You say, come to them too. They do this thing. But these people think of why. Why? They ask the question, why? 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 So there's jump people, they are those people. They don't sleep at night. Why? Why is this happening? Why? You understand? Why must we do this? Why? They ask that question first. Why? After they ask why, then they say, what then must we do? Right? What? And then how do we do it? Then who? Right? So why jump? They told us. Why? Why you were formed? Why? Are we together? Why are we doing this thing? Why? WayaMore, what then? Build WayaMore. You see? Right? Now, we're at the next level now. We're coming to the reality stage. Guys, you have heard. Jump. You've been there yesterday. You heard the minister. You heard everyone. You know what is being done here. You know why we're doing it. Okay? But then we need to answer the question of how we need to do it. Right? To the lady with the beautiful smile in the center there. I have young people here. This guy stays. You see this guy stays? He's building a network. I have young people there. Network in Soweto. I have young ladies. There's young people. Full. The room is full of young people. Right? These people are sitting with purchase orders. right? All these young people, they're sitting with purchase orders, some of them. This purchase order is worth millions, but it's in the wrong form because it's in a paper. It's not currency in the bank. Uziyanda is sitting with the network, with the business that made 10,000 in 3 weeks. The young person, the young lady over there, all right? So they're sitting with potential revenue. He's sitting with potential revenue of making 5 million a month, 5 million a month. They're sitting with these things. These are young people. How can you help them? Yes, please. How can you help them?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Please do introduce yourself first.
Of course.
Yes.
One, I think it's not fair that I go first when I was told last about this panel discussion.
Good.
I'm Umandi Sampeko. I am born and bred in Durban. I work for an organization called the Innovator Trust. In chatting to some of the ladies here this afternoon, someone did say the name sounds familiar. So I imagine that Mr. Larry might have mentioned it yesterday. He is one of my alumni. And Stephanie is one of our current beneficiaries. So how can we help you? I think that we cannot run away from the fact that there's major red tape with the things that SMMEs require, be it funding, be it training, be it support for POs, be it human resources. There's always one document or another that's required from you for you to produce so that you get a certain thing. So at the Innovator Trust, we are an enterprise and supply development agency, which is incubation, to put in layman's term. And we really pride ourselves in the programs that we offer being no less than 2 years. We do not believe in a once-off handover to an SME or a handout because small businesses do not need a handout. You do not just need a cash injection, but you do need someone who's bamba isandla and take you through training, look at the basic things like financial management. Once you have that PO injection, how do you now utilize that? How do you forecast your financials? How do you project management and all of that? What we also do is training, bespoke workshops as well that really help you develop as a business owner. Our flagship program is called the Hatch Incubation Program, and that's where you would receive your trainings, your technical support. We don't offer funding. However, the compliance things that we help you with allow you to knock on the relevant doors to ask for funding. Because now you've got your BE documents up to date. Now you've got your tax documents up to date, you've got your financials. If somebody asks you for your management account, so they give you this money for a PO, you are able to produce something because we've appointed an accountant to sit and work with you on a month-to-month basis to ensure that your compliance documents are in order. The money is there for PO funding and capital injections, but the issue that we see common amongst SMMEs is that the papers are not there. So compliance is still a big thing. And we treat it as an important thing so that you're able to knock on relevant doors and get the relevant answers that you need. Can I pause there for now?
Yes, thank you very much. Whilst you're at it and the mic is on you, two critical things that we would need. I'm glad that you offered the financials because to be part of WayaMore, we spoke of black excellence. We expect, by the way, that everyone, your financials are up to date, your tax and everything is up to date because this brand that we're building cannot be tainted in any way whatsoever. Right, so I'm glad that you have that. There's a requirement for a safety file, number one. And then number two, ideally, we would like a situation where as the SMMEs progress to tier 2, they would need ICASA licenses, at least class license, for them to be able to build networks. Because remember, we're saying you own the network in your area. So all GOGO, the Stacy's will need to eventually go through the ICASA process, which obviously would require first the BEE documents, the financials, and then there's also money that must be paid into the, can you help them, safety file and the license?
Okay. So the safety file and all the accreditations that you guys require in the field that you're in, you can be supported. However, there is a criteria that an applying SMME needs to meet. For example, be at least 51% black owned, have been trading for a minimum of 2 years, and I can share the detail with you guys via email, or I can just leave it with somebody that can share. So once you meet that criteria, you apply for the program, and how we would then support you is we would ensure that your health and safety element of your business is taken care of. from a training point of view, that all your staff have the relevant training that they need, that all your staff have the relevant certifications that you need, that your ICASA is put in place, that it's valid, that it's paid for, your safety files are built. Not only is it built on your behalf, but also you are taught how to build this, because it's an ongoing process that you need to update every now and again. I think it lasts for about 2 years, and thereafter you need to update it. There won't always be someone there to do it for you. So we also really believe in skills handover and empowering the SME to be able to sustainably continue without a safety file consultant, that's paid for by an innovator trust. So all those kind of things would fall under the health and safety pillar that we would provide with health and safety trainings. Our incubation program is 360, so we don't only look at business development, we also look at networking and linkages, we look at compliance, we look at HR, legal, financial management, accounting, how to pitch your business, how to actually sell. I know that a lot of the individuals in the room are resellers. I think having a product to sell is one thing, but being able to have a strategy behind that and being able to utilize and implement a strategy is another. So we also focus really on sales, building a sales pipeline, maintaining a sales pipeline, developing leads and securing leads long term. And then how do you scale your business once you have those sales, once you have those leads? So within the 2-year program, really, if I had to give you guys examples, well, Larry actually can talk till the sun comes out about how we've assisted his business. But selling is one thing, but knowing how to sell and where to sell is another. Having a marketing budget is one thing, but knowing where to market and what's a relevant market for you is something else. So we also really support our SMEs with that. We build marketing strategies for them, place them on marketing platforms. We believe in digital transformation. You need to be easily accessible if you are trying to help people on the ground. But with regards to the safety files, yes, that is included as part of the health and safety element of the incubation program and our supply development program that we do for Vodacom. We also have a health and safety program that's a 3-year program. So qualifying SMEs can participate on that program for consecutive 3 years for as long as you qualify. And there we look at your trainings once again. We look at all the accreditations and certifications that you need. We look at PPE. You can't be climbing and working at heights without even a helmet. And these things are expensive. And the costs just keep increasing and increasing and increasing. We also look at a digital tool where you can actually manage your health and safety processes and policies. So any client of yours needing to see if Barry from somewhere has a valid first aid certificate, they can log into this tool and check all your employees working on a task and check whether the certificates are valid or not. So again, even though that program focuses just on health and safety, but we are very intentional to cover all aspects of health and safety. Not just what you are able to do from a health and safety perspective, but also your gear that you are using on the sites, on the ground, and so forth. But to answer your question, yes, things like that are covered as long as you meet the criteria.
Thank you very much, Mandisa. Right, so Sam, through Steph, you will get the content of how do we access the Innovator Trust so that we share in the group. Thank you very much. All right. See, I like stories like those with successes. You can point. There's Larry, there's Steph. See that? I want to see. Zama. I was looking on Vodacom, there's Black Friday, there's some nice packages there that become very attractive. We got our fingers burnt a lot where we go and buy products off the shelf, because if you want Vodacom, you go into a Vodacom shop, you buy it, you take this thing, you implement it, you go on there, only to realize too many issues, nah? Right. Now you understand our model. You've been with us for 2 days. You understand where we are now, where we come from, and where we're going, right? Now on the side of Vodacom, because we need a backhaul partner that we know that you've got our back. What is it? Just tell us, how can Vodacom assist us as this group?
Thank you very much, Press. So Nami, I'm going to call you Press from now on.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, guys, like I said yesterday, I'm in awe in terms of what you've created here. I mean, taking people that have never gone to school and making them into ISP owners, you know. When we started in IT, the first thing that we had to learn was that, you know, if your IP addressing is correct, then the routing is now a discussion between one IP address to another. So with that being said, I think that often people get desperate. You know, when your deadline is here and now you don't have a solution, maybe you've taken too long to actually plan for your network. And then what happens? Person runs into a store and then they buy a SIM card, right? And it is important to be able to determine what is a business solution and what is a solution that is intended for a consumer. Now, the reason why it's important is because you guys are going to be distributing and supplying others, whether it be homes, whether it be individuals. So that means that you need to be on a premium solution, right? Now, when I say solution, remember, there's a product which can be a device, it can be that one SIM card, etc. But to create a solution, it means that you should be able to sit down, look at your network, look at your strategy, look at who you want to distribute to, and sit down with the great minds that that are here in this room and be able to say, how do I create something that is sustainable? Now, if you walk into a shop, you grab something off the shelf, and then one day maybe you are down, you know, and then you wonder, why am I not given priority when I'm going through so much? It's because you've taken a lower end product, and then, you know, if somebody is not watching Netflix, then, you know, it's not critical. But when you're running a business, we understand that now you are actually in the business of saving lives. So that phone call becomes important. That data being on becomes important. So where do we come in? I think having heard all the colleagues that were here regarding eJump, team, it's difficult to take on everything on your own. We've covered that a lot yesterday. eJump is here, you know, we'll be able to back them up in terms of creating those network points. And when I say network points, I'm talking about sharing that point of presence to say that Jump, this is where we are, this is the kind of coverage that we have. And now this allows you guys to be able to tap into that. Where we don't have your wireless, where we don't have your fiber, what are the alternatives? Because just taking a SIM card means nothing, but making sure that you've got the throughput to support your users. And that is the key part where you now need to come back into Jump and consult. We've got various solutions, your APNs, we've got a lot of solutions that can work even for your IoT products. See how now your education is getting elevated.
Yes.
You know, when we say for our guys, understand that we are not only connecting people, our next phase is going to be connecting things, you know, having that smart home, having that smart farm, having that smart mine, you know, where you're able to be able, just by a single point that is connecting, be able to see your entire network and be able to facilitate accordingly. So the backing is there, like I said yesterday, and like Umpati said, you know, don't forget about the address. Drop a pin and say, guys, I'm in trouble at this location, and then we're going to come and support you. There is a lot that I would like to see from this group. You know, we are SMMEs sitting here, but it takes SMMEs to support other SMMEs, and that's where our economy needs a huge boost in order for those jobs to be created. So where you need us, speak to the guys, and then we'll be able to back you up.
Thank you very much. Whilst we at it, I want you to extend from what Umandisa was saying. So we've got these SMMEs, these young guys, they're getting developed, because remember, we want to move them to being tier 2s, right? Now, we have ISPs, which are your internet service providers, right, that sell the service. But we also have access network providers that actually climb the towers and build the towers. Right. Now, once they've graduated through the steps and they are now with the safety files and they comply, what are the chances of them being onboarded onto Vodacom? Because one of the things that we were saying yesterday is that I see a Vodacom tower in my neighborhood. I've never seen anyone saying that I maintain that tower. Now, what are the chances that as we're growing and as we're advancing, that they are then become part of that value chain with Vodacom? Is Vodacom open to that?
We are stronger in numbers, colleagues, because I think a lot of the times, like my colleague covered, you know, when it comes to the SMEs, you find that, you know, even if the opportunities are there and somebody needs to submit that RFP, the documents are not in order. You find that, you know, they don't qualify for this. And the safety file that we've touched on, it's very important. But not only that, it's a matter of having resources so that you can know that, okay, this person, not only can they do installations, they can also run around in terms of the maintenance. And time becomes critical in this business because your mean time to respond matters the most. Your mean time to resolve matters the most. Now, if you're coming as an individual with one buggy, it becomes very difficult for you to be able to grab a hold of that opportunity. But right now, as we sit here, we are now part of one group where we can confidently say that, you know what, we've got a huge touch point, we've got a huge coverage across the nation. And I think as a group, we can be able to see one of those opportunities when advertised and be able to apply, whether it be through Ujampu or whether it be, guys, the opportunities are there, but let us start with making sure how ready are we. And when I say this, colleagues, please don't get me wrong, do not go and buy 10 buggies. I'm just saying that all of us sitting here, each resource, wherever they live, wherever they are, we are now strongest together because we are now the touch point into all those communities.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I just want to add, I really love what you just shared now, to further make an example of how the Innovator Trust supports SMEs. So one of the health and safety programs I was talking about, the 3-year-long one, that is specifically for SMEs who are service providers to Vodacom. So they get onboarded onto the database, they get awarded a tender, but they don't have a Gate 1 audit or Gate 1 certificate. So Vodacom wants to keep them to work, but they need to have this Gate 1 certificate and the Gate 2. Their safety files are actual papers that Vodacom can't be going to their offices every day to access these papers. So they'll say to us, here's a list of SMEs that have been appointed for the Enterprise Service Installation Project, for an example. Please ensure that they've got all their health and safety docs in order and are able to deliver efficiently, not only for Vodacom, but for the likes of Vodacom as well. Then we would ensure that all the trainings are met. Recently we ran a Radwin's training program as well, specific to a specific project. So we did all those trainings, we got the health and safety system up and running, we got the Gate 1 audits done, passed, they had a health and safety consultant holding them, we got the Gate 2s. Those things that SME can use for any client, not just Vodacom. So even though it is a mission of sorts to get onto the database and being awarded the tender, but once you're there, the support is there as well. And that's where the Innovator Trust comes in. We now on the ground implementing, because we work with SMEs, and making sure that you are able to provide your service efficiently. What I can also just put out there for any KZN based SMEs that are in this room, I do work with quite a bit of Vodacom SME suppliers that are based in KZN, building towers, maintaining towers, and I don't think that they would have a problem, you know, just to have a conversation with you guys as to how did they get to that point, what has been their learnings, and how can they advise you as someone who wants to get there. Yeah, I can offer that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Team, don't be discouraged, right? We're not saying start when you have papers. I think we are all here because we started somewhere, right? While you are working towards obtaining all these documentation, leverage of this structure that has been created here. I think we've had so many speakers from our BBI. Guys, help is here. We're not sitting here because we know it's Lungu. No. We are here to say that here is access into all of these structures that are readily available for you. In the meantime, start doing business now, leverage. You know, you are not going to achieve black excellence if you are practicing. You are not going to achieve black excellence if you don't have these mentors that you can learn from, you know. And, you know, I think it was Umpati side that said, let this be a lifestyle, how you do things, you know. We get called a lot of times by customers saying, yeah, understand that being part of this conversation already means that start adjusting yourself mentally and taking yourself seriously. Because right now, as we sit here, you are now associated with a booming business, which is ICT. You are now associated with all these brands that have been coming here. So as it is now, start achieving and working towards that black excellence, and we'll always be here to support you, and that's a promise.
Thank you very much. Hey, Chair. Right. You know, before I left the ICT business, by the way, yeah? In one point in my career, I left IT, yeah? Yeah, I've been in IT for the longest, Larry. One day I decided, I'm bored. Let me leave IT. So I started a business. It was called Mindset Reengineering Solutions. Yeah. It was called Mindset Reengineering Solutions. So I did a lot of read up on the brain from I think I was 10 years old. I've been reading books on the brain and the mind and how it operates, how to manipulate minds, people's behaviors and those things. So we did mindset. We used to do change management in companies and that, you know, companies having funny issues and problems. So a lot of the things. So that's why I keep on saying my mind keeps on, yeah. So we did that thing. So Mpatisai, you know, we did a thing with firemen, eh? When they're working under pressure, right? So it's exercise where you stand like this and you do that for just 1 minute. And when you get up from there, it's like you've been sleeping for 24 hours. And you could be sleeping like, yes, Dennis over there. Because what was it, like 5 days up, ne? Like work for 5 days without sleep. I put you on that program, ne? Now, I unfortunately can't undo you. They didn't teach me how to undo. Sorry, Kaz. I messed you up. Sorry, man. Yeah, so anyone that wants to learn that's fine. I just can't undo it. But you'll never sleep. You want to bum for this? I can teach you right now. It just takes 1 minute. But I can't undo it. Okay. Now, Che, you come from, guys, you do know IT doesn't have a profession, right? It's the weirdest thing ever. It's the weirdest thing ever. Does IT have a union? Guys, can you imagine IT people striking? Monday there's a strike, no one cares. You know, IT people striked once. I think the strike lasted for less than a minute. I promise you, I remember. I was coordinating that strike. I remember. You don't know that. But just imagine if we have to strike. Imagine your phone's not working, your bank's not working. Imagine your Netflix not working. Electricity depends on IT. IT people cannot strike. Sam, during COVID, what were we doing? We were working. We didn't feel that thing. Lockdown for what? Right, Taba? We were waking up in the morning and we were working like everyone else. We didn't go through that whole COVID lockdown thing. I used to drive from Maritzburg to Durban, Sam, on my own. No cars, nothing cheap. You're just cruising and you're doing like that on the road. Hey, I was driving an S-Class that time. Yeah, I used to hammer that thing, foot down. 15 minutes to Durban. It was the nicest thing ever. Che, Larry says, we think we do. We don't talk. Larry doesn't talk. These guys don't talk. But there's a problem, Che. This model, everything looks beautiful and everything, no? There's a missing piece. There's a missing part, right? And that part is what joins us together. Now, for those of you that you'll remember, Sam, that went on to the BBI project, there is something that is called a teaming agreement that they signed with JUMP, right? Party side. There's an agreement that they signed with Gyra to use the Gyra license. So those that are in Free State, Larry, they have a teaming agreement with UDNet. Those that are in Gauteng and Mpumalanga have a teaming agreement with Gyra. Those that are in KZN and Eastern Cape have a teaming agreement with Mzansi. So your contracts are tied to JUMP. So that purchase order of yours, Comrade Do, is tied to JUMP already. So that's the first part, Che, on that teaming agreement, right? Now, as we are implementing like this, right? We're talking about black excellence, isn't? What is the governance protocol that we need to have in order for us to make this a solid thing?
All right.
I'm going to call it a thing for now because
No,
it doesn't
thank you very
exist
much.
yet. Thank
Yeah,
you,
no,
Chair.
thanks, Pres. Stephanie Naidu, for those who don't know me. I'm busy in the Northern Cape, but I'm going to wear my other hat now. I'm going to wear the legal hat.
Yes.
I'm also I'll call myself the group legal counsel
Yes.
of all of y'all.
Yes.
So I'll be managing all of that. We'll be managing the background, which is the legalities and what binds us together. So it is correct. When we submitted the bid for SA Connect, we signed team agreements. Those agreements still exist, and they will exist beyond this project. They will even exist beyond the tenure of the tender, because we signed a deal with BVI for 10 years. So we are bound to each other for 10 years, whether you like it or not. It's like that long-term marriage. So you can't divorce. And if you divorce, there are some things that we'll need to in place, because it's like a proper separation. We now to take the in-community of property, separate, pay each other, and we move on. And that's what we've done. So we are bound, I would even say it's a blood covenant, because getting out of it will be quite sticky and it will be messy. So we've decided to franchise this project. The franchise holder is Jump. The project name is WayaMore. That is the project name. Jump is then, Jump consists of all the entities, but it also consists of interests. So as early as you tendering for the work, Jump had already secured shareholding in your companies. Because you'll remember at the time, we then went and assisted everyone with the proposals. We did the pricing, we sat together, it was here in KZN, we sat at GovTech, and we had our own table at GovTech where we actually were putting the bid together. So those are professional fees that came from Jump and were attributed to each SMME. So there's value in those things. That had value because it was a time issue. As a professional, you charge time for these things. So as we went, you got the award, you got the tender, the meetings started happening. Even a session like this is a 2-day session, it's a 16-hour session. It means there's professional fees allocated to these 16 hours that must come from somewhere. Also the expenditure of this, that will be allocated to Jump. So Jump has already absorbed the expenses of this 2-day session for each SME to empower all of us, to bring stakeholders on board who will listen to us. Because sometimes you can invite Vodacom, but they don't honor every invite, by the way. They honor invites that come from somewhere and there's a relationship that exists. So because of that, we then put a value on Jump. What we are saying today is we are saying, and that's why I've been asking for your POs the whole morning, because we've started doing quantifying. There's also, through Innovator Trust, we've met consulting companies who actually draft these investable proposals for you. Because you can have a proposal, but it doesn't look investable. It needs to look and read a certain way. So we're even working on that. They've even extended the services to Jump because we are all part of it. So we then said, all right, every purchase order, currently our amount is sitting at almost 20 million. We are saying the franchise Jump will hold the purchase order value, right? It will organize a guarantee for you. With that guarantee, you are able to raise credit against your own company, right? But the value is held by Jump. We will then negotiate on your behalf for credit facilities, whether it be from suppliers, whether it be from telcos, whether it be from layer 2 or layer 3 entities. That is what Jump will do on your behalf. We will come as a conglomerate and guarantee for each SME in the franchise, right? Remember, the shielding has already started. I'll already draft a shareholder certificate from your company to Jump, because Jump will use that to raise further finance facilities. You will then be able to get a facility of 90 days for your equipment. We are calling the second phase of the SA Connect operation on board, where we are going to implement on your behalf. There are 3 companies, which is Jump, that don't necessarily need this, but they are going to extend their services for each SME in the conglomerate, so that we are able to implement and give BVI their numbers. How that's going to look like? We are going to first sign our necessary agreements, team agreement being the first of all. There's going to be a sale of shares from each entity to Jump, because we need to develop the shareholder certificate. So Jump has already bought shares in your company. By virtue of that, each SME becomes a shareholder of Jump. I'll call you out to an AGM every year. I'll pay you guys dividends every quarter. We are going to then invest your share either into unit trust or live or living trust, so that you are able to generate tax-free shares and savings on this amount. Well, the idea for me is When I tell you and I call you, hey, you have to get paid, but you prefer I pay you 50%, the other 50% I'm putting a living tax-free savings trust for you. I propose that you register a different entity for this, for your investment and savings portion. I can do it for you. I'll register a company for you that's called Lucy and Sally Investments. That's your investment portion. With that portion, it's going to be a trust-bearing and it's going to be an interest-bearing account. The other 50% you can say, okay, Steph, pay this into my business, I'm going to reinvest. The idea of it is we want to decrease expenses for all of y'all. We are going to, as Jump, we're going to take the expenses for you. We're going to give you a credit facility that is going to be shared by Mzansi, Gyra, and Sigma. They're going to share it in 3 ways for you. They're going to share 50% of the credit facility given by a supplier for you. BBI is going to come on board and share the other 50% so that you're able to get the stock. The current issue we sit with, Prez, is that we have the POs on paper, but without implementing, you can't invoice. So there's no money coming. And that's the problem. Now you sit and you struggle on your own and you struggle. So we want to release the equipment for you to deploy. Then the 3 entities which are made up of Jump are going to absorb this cost for you. With that cost, it's not just the equipment from, for example, Mayo that must come. You still need the cables, you still need cable tie, you need petrol to get there. You also need the guys to work for you and you need to pay them. Because we need to arrange also the technicians, they do tell us their fee. All that is going to be absorbed by Jump for you, for your initial deployment. We are going to deploy in 30s for each company. If you have a purchase order of 200, we are going to deploy 50 for you. If it's 150, we're going to deploy 30 for you. By the end of, I would say, beginning December, we might not even have Christmas, by the way, because you'll be working. We are going to then invoice. We are going to give BBI at least 17 invoices of completed work, tested, deployed, running networks. My quantification price today is, if I'm looking at 1,783 hotspots, I'm timesing it by 250 per hotspot per customer. And don't follow me, because I've got it in my brain. I've got a 60% penetration on each hotspot in each province, and that's me being conservative. Some of you all might have 100% penetration. We are able to achieve maximum 250 per day on 5 rands. I'm working on 5 rand. I haven't factored in the 100 rands. I haven't factored in the 250s. 5 rand a day, you're looking at least 901,000 per day of income coming in. Then we're looking at per week, we are timesing it by 7. We're looking at about an income of about 60 million just on a week on this network. If we times that by 4, because it's 4 weeks, over 30 days, you're looking at least to generate 34.8 million rand per month on your deployment as a conglomerate. If I times by 12, you've already jumped from a SME to a JSE listed company, clocking in at 348 million rand per year. Our contract with BBI is 10 years. We have to give them profit share as well. There's that 10% of revenue. We'll have to work that out per company, doing your AFS, making sure your expenses are allocated for. We'll absorb that cost for you as well. So Jump will need to appoint at least a CA on board. We'll need a team of financial people. We'll need another team or another legal person. Because in the background, we're doing all of that for you. We're absorbing your cost. You are giving us your cost for your technicians, which we'll absorb for you. So as a SME, you won't be feeling it that much because it will be done on your behalf. We have already bought shares. And this is how we are quantifying the shares we've bought in your entities. There'll be a share certificate, and there'll obviously be invoices coming from me as Jump, so that you can repay your half. And it's your half of the loan with a 5% interest fee, because that's the fee that Jump is charging for its management to manage its OPEX and its CAPEX, and so that it's able to sustain its operations. Operations will be bulk asset purchase, bulk vehicle purchase, bulk purchases for cabling, for screws, for nuts and bolts, and then it's also to absorb the guarantees from the individual entities of Jump that's given to the SMEs. That's a cost factor. So over the 10 years, I'm literally working at a cost of 3.4 trillion that we are giving to BBI just in sales. When we look at, we minus your expenses, and again, I'm working on a 60%, because that's how expensive it is to run this thing. We're looking at about 30% profitability, but then we're retaining about 10% of that. That 20% is now shared back to the shareholders. So I'll then call you all for a meeting. I'll present all the finances for all of you. I'll say, look, as Jump, this is how much Jump has made. We've made about a 20 million on the side. This is excluding what I've just presented to you. Out of the 20 million, we are going to share back to the SMEs, because you are now shareholders in the business. We are going to share back to you. So if you sell this thing to shareholders and investors, and this is the ROI we are going to sell to the industry or any investor, we are quantifying a hotspot at 50,000. We are saying this is your buy-in. We'll have to agree as shareholders. We are letting go of 25% of the whole company. That is a 342 million rand company we are letting go of for the sake of further investment to sustain either Jump, or if we want to expand operations. Or if we launch SA Connect Phase 3, and now we are ready for Phase 3, we need our boost. We'll be using all of this to go to banks, to go to investors, to go to finance houses and say, look, this is our power as a conglomerate and this is how much we want. When we get that investment, we say, all right, I'll then call all shareholders and each shareholder will then be getting something. Individually for SMMEs is the ability to now start saving money for themselves in their trust or for their families. Remember, all this also has its impact. You'll have to start planning your wills, planning your estate, where does it go? We'll have to get involved in all of that to make sure your insurances are in place. Life insurance on yourself, on your partner is actually a good idea as well. All that can be absorbed by the company. So we'll be assisting SMEs with also not just the income from the business, but income in the individual SMEs as well as how to set up their businesses to make sure sustainability continues. After we have then deployed the first phase, we expect you to use the rest of the money to then start your second phase rollout. If you say to us, look, I've got 150,000 left, but I've got 50 sites, we'll then say, all right, put up your 150, we'll then come in with a balance. The split will be exactly the same, where we'll help you with a facility on the side of the supplier. We'll also help you on a proper cash facility so that you can release the equipment. After that, you deploy. And as you go along, your debt becomes lower. In the end, we do not want you asking us for it. We want you to say, all right, Jam, me, I'm able to deploy this 30 on my own because you've managed to absorb the first 2 phases of my deployment. And for us, that's the only way we see this working, because it doesn't help. We tell you to deploy one hospital, it's 30,000, and you're sitting with 0 in your bank account. We've seen that that's not going to work for us in this model. We'll have to assist the SMEs. Otherwise, all our reputations go where it goes out the door. So we've committed to BVI that with this model and with the support from suppliers who are able to grant us the facility with the BVI guarantees, BVI will guarantee about a 60 million facility that they will pay SMEs. We are hoping that that guarantee assists us to bridge the first gap, which is the facilitate suppliers. Second gap is the assistance from your CFAs that is still ongoing. That is a side issue because they take too long for us. And then after that, we'll reconcile figures. But in the end, we'll be all holding ownership in the franchise. If we want to, the word they like using is nationalize. If we want to say we're going out on the network, we are willing to give communities their share in this network and in this conglomerate, and they sort of buy in shares. In the end, we'll have communities owning shares in WayaMore network. We'll be able to go with our grannies and our young people to say, but they own shares in here. When they pass away, that 1% or 2% they own will be a payment to their estate and a payment to their families. And that is, in the end, what we are hoping to achieve with this network, where it becomes a real people's network, not just in idea, in ideology or philosophy, but also in financial change and tangible financial sustainability for all SMEs involved. Thanks, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you see, Goku, sayiphethe ne. Yeah, yabona manje sesihamba nayo ke manje. Right, remember now we are here on the reality. Done with the critic, now we're on the reality, ne? Caleb, you've heard. 1,700 hotspots. You already know, I don't know, in your sleep I can ask you what I need for these hotspots, what equipment I need already. So there's your first number. 1,700, how do you make the magic happen? As Myro, how do you make sure that we have that supply?
Yeah, so I think we already have that model set up. I think it's been successful, up until this point where we've been able to take the cash, speak to our vendors, get pricing, get stock in country. We've also been able to deliver, obviously, on short deadlines, flying in stock when it's obviously needed. I think, and this is something that we obviously spoke about earlier, but now that Jump is set up, it's better to just consolidate or seed all of these POs over to Jump. Jump, funds all of this, we get the stock in, the stock then gets distributed out, and that basically allows for this, rapid rollout. So it's something we can definitely facilitate, also in terms of that credit that we spoke about, and that will essentially continue to just keep on funding this, just keep on getting more stock, and continue actually rolling out.
Whilst you're on that note, Caleb, training becomes important. When we started venturing into Microtik, you took us through that training. We recently, Philip, had a Grand Stream training, which was very productive. As Michael was talking about the heights, we learned a lot from there. right? What training, as Myro, how far are you willing to go on that? Because a lot of the times, you have a lot of people say they're helping SMMEs, and they say they're doing trainings for SMMEs, when they don't even know what we're doing, right? But here, we know what we're doing. So I'm talking, there's MikroTik training. I know MikroTik training, there's one with the cost of it. I know the GrandStream one has a cost, which you are able to give it to us for free. Now, we need to have those certifications. And not only for us to have the certification, but if we're talking about excellence, we need to do things right. And we need to have backing on those things, right? So how far is Mero willing to help to give us those MikroTik trainings that cost money, but for free, given that we're bringing so much business to you? I'm putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, so, once again, over the years, it's been something that we've tried to absorb as much as possible. The last one for GrandStream was done, entirely, free.
Yes.
Some of the other courses like MikroTik, there is course material, etc., that has to be paid for. In that case, depending on the size of the teams, we can offer, bulk discounts. So, for example,
Nice.
pay for 2 seats, get 2 free.
Nice.
So we can probably try to absorb at least 50% of that cost. Our idea actually goes beyond that, and looking at the SA Connect project, there's a lot of different products that all fit together. So MikroTik is one part, GrandStream is one part, your Akinet and your cabling infrastructure is one part.
Yes.
We were even thinking along the lines of potentially building something custom for SA Connect SMEs. Putting you in touch with our training department and saying, look, what do we need to cover? What does this rollout look like? What does the install look like? Building a course content specific to that. So when the SMEs come in, we're not actually wasting time with stuff that's not exactly needed. Everyone gets certified to the same level. Everyone knows how to deploy, how to config. So I think that's something we can even look at.
No, thank you, Mandi. So whilst we on that note, how's the appetite of coming in and funding that?
I was actually about to ask him, one, who then executes those trainings for you guys?
So we have an internal training department. We've always had one. It's been one of our value addeds, and that also gives us the ability to actually write these courses ourselves. We've done now one recently for Akinet, which is a certified course for one of our brands, and once again, we can custom create that.
Nice.
So that would be once again Miro. That would.
Okay, and then do you guys have an ESD department? Enterprise and supply development as part of your triple BEE? Okay, are you guys compliant with BEE? Then let's have a conversation of how we can make that happen.
Nice. See, I like this. That's it. Right, Philip. GrandStream works for us. No? I'm not saying that the other products work. The tower of lessons, so Dennis calls it. I call it the tower of mistakes. That's outside there. GrandStream works for us. It works for us. The cloud platform, from the time that they released it up until now, the development, the speed is just phenomenal, right? The response, even to technical issues, is awesome, right? It's awesome. Now, there are certain things that we have. Let us say, just out of the blue, out of nowhere, Vodacom says, Partisai, here is 200 SIM cards. Go and deploy them where there's 5G. We want to use a GrandStream router because on the cloud management platform, on the gateway, I'm able to do so much more, and I'm even to do port forwarding and a whole lot of other things in the platform that then allow me to integrate and authenticate Triple P to my network in my deeper core, right? Can GrandStream build that for us?
That's a great question. So to answer that, let me rewind time a little bit to 2020. Right, so we had COVID. It was a mess for us all. But even after that, for us as Mirror, the period following that, 2021, was even worse because I'm sure all of you would know, chipset shortages, right? Semiconductor shortages. So no stock worldwide of that thing there in the middle, and the ceiling is Ubiquity, right? So we're a big Ubiquity distributor, and it's our main income, and that's all gone because Ubiquity doesn't have stock. So we, knowing GrantStream, been dealing with GrantStream since 2003, 2004, knew that when it comes to customization and listening to our requests, they are very happy to jump in and see how we can make things work. So we approached GrantStream and we said, guys, we need an alternative to this. GrantStream now being a voice over IP company, right? So they manufacture telephones and things, and PBXs and things like that. They say, okay, well, what's the scope of it? We crunch a couple of numbers, and they build us a Wi-Fi access point. And what if you can't beat them, join them. So they took the Ubiquity platform, dissected the whole thing, and built something that is extremely close to that, right? But at 30-40% cheaper, which is phenomenal. They used their buying power to go and find the right people to buy the right chipsets, which they could find because they have the money behind them. And yeah, I mean, the story is history. GrantStream, you guys are our biggest success story on GrantStream. That's why they sit up and take note when we speak about you guys. So, and once we saw that the access points are now developed, they're there, they're moving, the bugs are sorted out, because as with any new product, there's always a couple of bugs. Once that was done, we said, okay, but guys, now we need to build the ecosystem. So we have access points, now we need switches, because you need to plug this thing into a switch and get power and whatever. It took them about, again, they asked us, what do we need? We sent them a Ubiquity data sheet. So they built that for us. It took them about 2-3 months to get the first samples to Mirror. And again, the story is history. They built a fantastic range of switches. Next thing we did, again, as Mirror, remember this is now not other companies or other distributors worldwide. It's Mirror that asked this question. Again, going to show that we're the right partner for you as well. But we said to them, okay, we need firewalling solutions, because firewalls in the ICT industry is insanely expensive, and there's exorbitant license fees. They don't believe in license fees, just as Mirror doesn't. And they just built us a phenomenal firewalling system. Stock's on the way now, should be in about 2 weeks' time. So, when we ask them to build something for us, they kind of do. So this is, we discussed that now, and I think if we were to ask them for an LTE 5G type solution, knowing your project and the quantities that we could move and the differences it could make, I think they'll listen again.
Oh, excellent. Hey, Zama, you heard it, eh? I'm pendula says. If I come to you and I say I have a 5G router, are you willing, can I use that router on your network? And as part of the development, because we are rolling out 5 million hotspots. Government has set a target for themselves of 32,000. That's fine, it's their target. Ours is 5 million that we're going to roll out. Come hell or high waters. 5 million, what's the number, Stace? 5 million, got 6 zeros, eh? Right. Now, you are our backhaul partner. We come to you with the router. We want to connect your 5G network. How complicated and how complex is it for us to be able to continue being your partner, but having our own router that does what we want it to do?
Thanks for that, Chris. You know, I think this is, again, where I say, you know, we are better in our numbers, right? Because, you know, we've tested a lot of packages with Jira, and what you look at is that if you go onto our websites, our magazines, you know, without knowing, you're just going to pick that LTE
Yes.
product that's available or that 5G. And a lot of times people don't look at the fine print, right? Because there are fair usage policies, you know. I always tell people there's no such thing such as uncapped, but it's a solution that we can create, and highlight that word solution, because with our product that we're getting from Omiro, right? It means that I can build the network using our APNs, right? And be able to put you guys in a position where the SIM cards are already sitting with Ujamp, right? The stock that is being ordered is already sitting with Ujamp. So we don't have to, every time we need something, we need to go back, place a new order, wait for it, maybe it's delivered, maybe it's not. But what we were trying to achieve here, Pat, and the solution that we have proposed is that let us put the network back into your hands, so that when you are able to troubleshoot and get into that router, it needs to be yours, because there's no way that I can sell you something that is pre-packaged and still give you access to it. It means that it's no longer managed on my side. So from the discussions that we've had, we'll be able to do all those rapid deployment by just building one.
So don't follow my business model. Please teach them not to follow me, not to follow my business model. I have a concept called happy money. So I keep this money, Sam. Ne? I save it. And then I blow it like no one's business. Ne? It depends on how good the year was. I just go out and I just blow the money. Right, I just go out and blow the money. Right. So Michael and them will know, wake up, April, let's go. Where we're going then, wearing our sloughs and everything, we're going to blow 100,000. Go to Gateway, just go blow it. Ne, Timon? Probably one Timberlands, say. Yeah. I don't know what's a Timberland. I don't know how much is shoot. It's light here. Maybe buy. Yeah, I think you still owe me. Because I don't know, it's a Timberland. Michael wears a Timberland to go climb ladders and fix towers and towers. Probably you want a Timberland. Okay. It's happy money. I do something that makes me happy, right? So recently, I went to blow that money. I bought myself a Raptor. Hey, go and buy a Raptor. Happy money. They can't do that, no? So please teach them. You guys must want to be rich. You understand? You must want to be rich. Don't be like me. Do not be like me. I'm a bad example. Me, I blow money. I blow money. And this is why I'm not part of Jump. They kick me out. How do I get kicked out of Jump? By the way, what? Wait a minute. Dennis. Hey, cuz, I thought you got my back. There was an S here. What? Oh, it wasn't going to fit and you guys decided to take me out. No, Jump took me out. Because I was, like Larry said, hey, buy 3 when you need 1. So, guys, we've got the right way of running business. Right? The right way of making money, how to protect your money investment. So we got that. We've got Vodacom that is giving open access. It's giving us advice from yesterday. Plan where we're going so that we plan together. It's giving us a direction. Right? It's coming from the passion, from the heart, even beyond the brand of Vodacom. Uzama is here all the way from Mpumalanga to share with us truly. I've never had this engagement with Vodacom or MTN or anyone before. But this is the first time that we're having this sort of engagement, this thing. It's a good thing. Right? There's also other opportunities for us to start maintaining their networks and those things. So the sky's the limit, Babu Mfundisi. This is what we've been talking about. So you've got this part, open to the fiber, to everything. So now we know that we can build networks anywhere and the backhaul will follow us because we want the access side. All right? We've got the governance part taken care of so that it's easy when we go to Caleb and Philip. We know that we've got a model and we've concretized and we've protected this thing with governance. We've got our legal mind here. And I like when she says, I'm switching. I'm like, thank God. Because I don't want to speak to the other person today, not on this platform. Right? Now we understand and we know we are all truly part of this thing and how we can benefit and be there. Right? So that is our thing. And that is where, and this is where we are. We together, young lion. Right? Then we've got our technology partner. We've got Myro ready to supply and deliver We've got even the OEMs that are waiting to develop and design products that are custom developed and designed for us. Once that is done, we've got APNs that we can configure to our heart's content using existing infrastructure. We're not interested in building Vodacom. We're interested in building WayaMore. Right? Are we together, Zins? So now we know the how part. We know the how part. Our panelists have been absolutely fantastic up to this point. If you guys fail, don't come back and blame me. I don't fail in life. I wish I failed. I wish it knows what it feels. Oh, I just see people walking like this. Oh, I failed. I'm a fail. I don't know that thing. It doesn't exist to me. Right? It doesn't exist. Yeah, I wish. I'm trying to think. Look at the people I know. Have I failed? Yeah. Guys, I'm sorry that if there's people that feel like they start things that fail, I don't know. You have failed, not me. You have everything here, Mpat. From jump to WayaMore to this. What more? When is it? Che, Zam, Caleb, Philip. Can these guys fail? Not with their support. Thank you very much, panelists. A round of applause. Right.
Just a
Okay.
marketing shot.
Yes.
Please can they document every transaction when they're applying for PO funding?
Perfect.
Every transaction.
Yeah, they know that very well. Trust me.
But I need a copy of that book, Cherries.
Oh, where's oh, Nomvel. The panelists would like to have a copies of a bowl of 100 cherries. Please, can you help them with there? Yeah, all our panelists. Oh, I forgot about that.
Fantastic idea.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Right. Mpati Sai, Larry, Mdo, Michael, don't run away. Come, Sam, I need you on the panel. Oh yes, with the testing and the perfect, perfect, perfect. Mm.
When out for this, please take it.
Where's Michael? Come on, Larry. final stage where I want us to talk about this in Mbo. That's going to happen. That's going to deploy these 2,000 plus hotspots. But what is Operation Mbo?
Sanibonani kokugcina. Sanibonani kokugcina. Yeah, Operation Bo is kula sihlanganisa khona wonke ama-installers bese si-attacka indawo eyodwa. Uma ngenze example, asithi ukumphathi Sam fanele siyo installer. So what we do, but kumuli jacket. Oh, it's so umbo. So what we do as different companies, sinama resources. So motor, each and every company has got a car and installers. So we put together these installers and they go to one area to finish. Like now, I think they've set up our installation in 30s or in 50s. So if 4 people can go and do the 30 in one day, they will go in that area and then mabafika khona bashaya umbo bese bayasuka ke baya komunye kanjalo kanjalo masifika futhi nakhona sishaya umbo but wena siza kuwe sithi ta wena siza kuwe like inshilo ukuthi we've got 2 models. It's either uyasipatala siyeza siyakinstolela siyahamba mawunemali mawungenamali then iyongena ekuthenini siza kuwe ne-equipment nakho konke kodwa kuzobe kudokumentiwe nakhona uyabhadala ayikho into yamahhala. I-operation boy iyafika iya-installa ishiya yonke into iyasebenza iyahamba iya komunye kanjalo kanjalo. Siyabonga.
All right, Sam. As that you've been part of an operation in Mbo before for SA Connect 1, even during the time of COVID. What are the challenges that we can expect?
My challenge in the past, it was thinking. When you get to Operation Bo, planning is crucial. And by the time you see Bo, planning is easy. Masekfiwa lapha yenziwa kuphela. Njengoba shile umphathisayi izolo. I-challenge, the experience this year was abantu mebefika esayithini ngiyakhulunywa. I think ukhulumile noSiya izolo ukuthi bona bafika ama-device se-configured and wonke umuntu azi ukuthi yini ayoyenza. So mekufika lapha there's no talking. Siyazi and kuyasetshenzwa njenge-team. So i-striker siyazi siya-striker, goalkeeper yavimba, ophasayo yaphasa. So you get there, each person knows what they have to do and each person ufika khona enze into ayisenza. That's it.
Okay, no, thank you.
Otherwise, no challenges.
Okay, nice. And Michael, how long does it take to install a site? You get to site now, good mofigure, ekayo, unama installations out 10. How long will it take to do 10 installations on your best team?
All right, if you're using your best team and all the equipment is sorted out and the team has everything, and when they get to the site, they don't talk, it would take them, the fastest they do it would be in under an hour. So the same team in a day, they're able to install 7 to 8 sites. That's how we're able to, in Coxted, install 60 hotspots in a week and a half and connect 1,500 people that we invoiced for.
Thank you, Michael. Tabang, the team that you heard, that Michael is talking about was trained by you. What does it take to build a team that can deliver one hotspot in less than an hour? And what are the challenges in training those people?
Greetings again, everyone. What does it take to actually train a team? Training somebody, it's something that's very difficult, to be honest. And you have to be very patient. But being patient is at the same time you have to be stern and know what you're doing and be focused. So you need to prepare, and you need to find a way to make the people that you're training to understand, or the way that you deliver the information or push the information across. It has to be in a way that it's not too complex for the next person to understand. In that way, it becomes easy for the person to actually get what you say, and for that person to be able to carry out the task when they have to do it by themselves. So the challenges of actually training or upskilling somebody is that people sometimes they tend to be lazy, if I can put it that way. And like Usam has said, that you get people that will try to think, and they think that they know, but only to find out they don't really know. So that's actually one of the biggest challenges, where you're trying to teach somebody something, or how to teach them how to do something, but they think that they have a better way of doing that particular task, but not bearing in mind that you have done that probably 110 times. So you've tried all the other ways of doing that thing, and then they failed, and then you were able to pick up which is the best way for you to be able to, deliver on a task or on a project. So the other thing is the other challenge is that you tend to come across people that are not dedicated, or that are not passionate enough, in doing what you are doing, or what you're trying to teach them. So that makes it difficult for that particular person to actually take in the information that you're trying to pass on to them. So by saying so, I would actually like to, for everyone that's here who's part of this, initiative, if you are not going to be passionate enough, if you are not willing to learn, if you are not willing to, listen when you are told to do something, and you think that you can actually do things in your own way, I'm telling you now, this definitely isn't the place for you, and you're going to fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tabang, for those words of wisdom. Larry, you've been here very long. You're a legend in this thing. There's no challenge that you haven't faced, no experience that you haven't had so far. This Operation Mbo, you were there when we did it for SA Connect 1. And you are here now for SA Connect 2. What are the 3 things, Larry, that we must not do? And what are the 3 things that we must do as we go to this Operation Mbo?
That's a lot.
Give me just 3.
Number 1, what we should do, we must prepare. Before you go to site, I want to make an example of what we did when we did SA Connect 1. So we worked in Pietermaritzburg, and we prepped our boxes, our everything, radios, everything was packed in packages until 12 o'clock at night. And 7 o'clock in the morning, we report and pick up those boxes and drive 70 Ks. How far is it? We cannot drive that far to find out we shot something. There's no turning back. The whole day is messed up. So preparation takes more energy, more time than anything else. Number 2, but that's the important one. Number 2 is your teams must be ready. They must be mentally ready, and they must want to do it, like he says. If you go there and you're not dedicated, you're going to bring down the whole team. One bad apple in the box will make all of them bad. So that's number 2. Number 3, just do it at the best of your ability. If you don't know, ask. There will be someone. You can phone. We've got resources. Someone in this room know how to drill. If you can't run. Someone next to you can do something that you can't do. So be open, and you don't know anything. Ask if you don't know. Don't go try. Like he said, we've done it a lot. It will take you 2 minutes just by asking in the first minute. Because we have done that before, and we already did the wrong screw and the wrong this. That's number 3 that you must do. What should we not do? Don't play on site.
Yeah.
We prepared, we've got management at the back that knows we must do 7 to 8 sites for the day. We know what we prepare for tomorrow. So when you go to site, do 7 or 8 until, even if you bleed, finish. That's what's happening there. Tomorrow we've got another 7 or 8. So now if you don't do 2, you just do 5. Tomorrow you've got 9 to 10. The day after you've got 12. You won't finish. So you work hard today to rest the 5th day. That's the most important one. And I think we can even leave it at that, Chris.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Just to add on what Larry was saying, which is very, very critical as well. When we go out, we work at people's houses, and each and every family has their own rules about their houses and homes and stuff like that. So it's very critical and very important on how you behave when you at somebody's house, when you're entering somebody's house. And sometimes you find that it's only kids at home and the parents are at work and stuff like that. So how you behave when you're there is very critical, and how you respect that particular home is very critical.
Thank you very much, Tabang, for that share.
That's why I say don't play.
Yeah.
If you're there to work. The respect is already implemented.
One of your responsibilities is on Operation Boy is part of the advanced team, which means when Umpatisai Usbongseni is not here, you are the guys that go to the advance. So, Meskomba City, we are going to Mafikeng. We expect you guys to be there a week before to speak to the people on the ground. And once you speak to the people on the ground, is the planning and the assessment before you come back and report on that. You've already done that to some of the sites. What is it that you need, and what is your approach, and what are the expectations that you would have to make your job easier when you're going to scout and to secure sites? What is it that you need?
No, thank you so much, Press. From our experience as activists, we work with different people in the communities, be political, religious, chiefs. So it gives us more access to people that we know in different places. If you call me today and you say you're going to Limpopo, I say to you just where, which area. I know for sure I have a comrade I know there, I have a pastor I know there. So the first thing that I will know, my first entry, is to talk to the comrade I know, is talk to the people that I know and say, look, there's this thing that is happening. It's easy for that person to go to the community, to go to the location that I want. Therefore, if I'm working with that person to this community, it will be easy for this community to trust me. We've done a crazy thing in Vembe with Pindi. We spoke to a king in Vembe. Look where I'm sitting. I'm from Free State, Pindi, she's here. But we managed to penetrate Vembe. We spoke to Vembe. We have Vembe ready there. More than 150 people who are waiting for something big that might come to us. Give me Northwest today. Where in Northwest? Mafikeng. I have a comrade I know there. I have a pastor I know there. So through this work of being an activist, working, pushing whatever that we've been pushing. So it gave us an access to communities, leaders of the society. So that the one thing that I need, if you say, Press, we are going to one area, just give me an exact area. If it's Mafikeng, it's Taung, it's Rustenburg, I will definitely know who to talk to there. Stacy and Simpiwe, Stacy today has got a network in Alex. We met Stacy through political activities. You made a call and say, hey, leadership, I want young people there in Alex. We got them. So that's who we are. We've been active, we've been on the ground. It's not a challenge to talk to stakeholders.
No, thank you very much, Comrade Mtu. Pindi, there's a lot of people that have been here. They fell out the bus, no?
Yes, they did.
As a person that is driving women in ICT, this is not an easy thing. But we're seeing young ladies, they are doing it. There's Melina or Nomvelo or Zianda Lapana. They get it. And they get it right. Sino Koko la, Koko, nang mutenzo ben kulumanai. We are not driving our programs nationally on women in ICT. Kuno Koko base Eastern Cape abanye. So as Omtu are going around as well, especially on Okoko, one of the main things that we need to do is to get women involved in the space, in the digital economy. This digital economy is a $6 trillion industry. This country was built on the backbone of women. As much as Obaba Betu, Nomkul Betu were out there going, Komim Kak, or whatever it is that they were doing. But back at home, Tina Sakuli saw my bed. I don't know any better. Sakuli saw my bed to Tina, so we know. But in such, we do not see that. We've tried many times, Steph. We've tried to push, and I don't know what happens. How are you going to get it right?
Well, Press, I'm going to talk about myself because I do not have a background in ICT. I come from the petrochemical industry. I spent over 12 years in the petrochemical industry, so I knew absolutely nothing about technology. When I was invited last year on Women's Day to come to a meeting where somebody is going to be telling us about some tender that was due to come out in a month or two. So when I showed up that day, I had no expectations. And when I was told that I would be involved in putting a tender together that involved technology, and remember I said to you, I know nothing about what you guys are talking about. I know absolutely nothing. And you said, well, we'll teach you everything. We'll hold your hand. We'll see you through. So we started the journey with other ladies, and we managed to survive until the tender was due, and we got appointment letters. So how I see this is that because by getting appointment letters and having to deliver on this project, for me it was, I have a goal, I have got to achieve that goal. If I don't achieve that goal, it's my name that's on the line. So what I would say to other women is that as intimidating as technology can be, there are people in the industry, the people that are sitting here have walked this journey, they have the experience, they are willing to help us. They are willing to help us make money from this industry and develop as small businesses, as women. So if you're committed, look at me sitting here, I have a tender of, what, how much? Okay, maybe, I'm afraid to say.
1 point. But you're a millionaire.
I'm a millionaire, and I knew nothing about this a year ago. But I am prepared to deliver on that tender, come hell or high waters.
And we will.
And because I have these businessmen on my rise and in my camp, I know that it will be done.
We are ready to build WayaMore. We are ready to connect our people. And this is a team that's going to make it possible. You see, now I feel like, you know, in the movies, né? You guys watch that movie. The asteroid is coming to strike Earth. It's the end of the world. Then the president comes. And these are the astronauts that are going to be going. Then I must walk like this. Nah. Then the president is coming. You see him walking in the sound effects. You see. And you come, we are going to save the world. These are the young, brave young men and women that will go where no one has ever been before for the future of mankind, to save the world. All the birds and the bees, what we've done before, all the wars, now let there be peace. For the first time, mankind comes as one to fight. Yeah. So that was Phil. These are the people that are going to deliver. What questions do we have for the people? You had a question. Now is the time. Where's the mic?
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nati Zama. I come from a company called Multinet Business Solutions. I'm in the ICT industry, but I'm new to this type of business, press. Having spoken to my colleagues here, trying to learn as much as I can in the past 2 days, including today, I've got one question which has been sort of wandering my mind the whole morning since yesterday, press. It's regarding the use of Wi-Fi hotspots. If she builds a network, let's say at UKZN, I know that Westfield campus, she's built her network there. But I go in there and sell the vouchers. What are the safeguards of that abusing her? Because she has invested in that network. I invested nothing. But I'm now taking advantage of that network to sell the vouchers. In other words, I'm stealing from her. What safeguards are there to protect her from me abusing that process? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've heard a question. Michael, you want to answer that? So you've built a network, and the network is there, and someone just comes and starts selling the vouchers. What is the safeguard? Otherwise, what is the protection on the voucher? Because at the end of the day, what you authenticate to on the network is the voucher. So how is the voucher protected?
All right, so essentially with the voucher system, the vouchers are generated on the GrandStream portal. They're specific to these devices that are in the same network. And we're the ones that print the vouchers. So essentially, as much as you can have a reseller at UKZN, there's also going to be a reseller in Amlazi. So people that buy vouchers, the vouchers in Amlazi will also be able to work there in UKZN. So only in a case if those vouchers were physically stolen from her, then a person can profit off of that there. But if she reports it, we'll be able to cancel those vouchers there.
Right, so in a nutshell, the competition at a reseller level is open. So you can buy vouchers wherever and go sell them anyway. It's how wholesale market works. Né? You go and buy Coca-Cola and you sell it wherever you see the market is. The good thing about this is, like Larry said, that the cake is too big. It's just too much, guys. This sector is generating 340 billion per annum, and it's just shared by a few people. And there's another 600 billion that is still untapped. So the more people we have reselling, the better it is. I think you guys in Alex are also just close to each other, isn't it? Some of the resellers are just down the road and so forth. So it's there. But what Michael is trying to say is that the voucher production is where the safeguarding actually happens. But at a reseller level, I mean, in Chesterville, you guys are just like, and it works. It works. You know, that's how, have you seen Daisa? You don't have to say, go there, tell him, hey, brother, uncle called Joe, they sent you to him. They tell you. Even when we go to Meron Park, when we don't have something, they tell you, no, go to Scoop. It's their competitor. I don't have it, but go there. I don't have it, but go there. You see where I'm getting at? So those are some of the things that, so it's open. The more we sell the vouchers in whichever, I mean, there will also be vouchers that end up being bought online. So that's the kind of thing that, that we're having. Tafula lelo koko, comments, anything like le tafula sibambil. So understand the koko.
Phambene street kodwa semebevele nje siplan ukuya e-Eastern Cape eMkhambathi khona isibhedlela esiphanga selwandle o anti bam baplan ukuvula ibhizinesi so senzofika senginkunzi malanga batshela go WayaMore.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, Coco, that's exactly what you want. Bakhona amantombazane nampa la nampo PD will be coordinating this through our channels ethu. Yeah, to me. Lezo indawo, those are the places we need. Mekhona indawo nje ubusuthe Mkhambathi Coco. Now, yabona njengoba ngishilo Coco. These are the men and guys, so party side, you've got Mkhambathi already, Ukoko, building a network there. Target is December. So Operation Umbo must go there. Maybe if ngifuna ekhulume ngento enza I said distribute ama voucher yena. Right. This table over here, Coco. Ngibambile ne? Ngiyazi ukuthi yakhula. Uthi sibambile bhalile ama notes yonke into. Ingane zakho nje lezi ezilapha. So dimesi isikhathi sesi right. Sizobabiza sihlangane la sihlangana khona wede sesontweni ehholo. Bazofika kuzokhulunywa nabo. Besethe up betshela ukuthi senzani and then bazo train wayibona bazobe bakha i-network khona. So nje yonke into nje hayi. You're right, you got it. Yeah, perfect, ne? No, that song, perfect, ne? That's you. My favorite, right? You got it, ne? You got it, you got it. Perfect. I forget hotspots. Must start selling, ne? You need to start selling vouchers lap on that hotspot. That area yakho lapha ipheleme yakho. So if out lapha nje says izokhala. Right. We've got all the answers.
Sorry, Press. Sorry, my last question. The onboarding process, it's in the onboarding process. I wish I was a member last week already.
Yeah, now, Seb, what's the onboarding process, Chief? Si ngabakho la.
On which level?
Tier
level
3.
As a reseller or as an installer? As a reseller. Reseller.
How do people become into Group 17? It's yours.
He wants to be able to resell.
Doesn't matter. Kodwa ufuna ukwazi ukuthi ungena njani egroupini yakho Group 17.
Yeah, no, we've got the requirements, so you need to approach us as a company. You have to have a company.
Yeah.
And then we'll see where you are, and then where then we can upskill you, and where we can categorize you in terms of tiers. And then we can then work your way up to, we say we can.
So you phone when?
Tier 2, yeah.
So you must phone you.
Yeah.
You must exchange numbers and then
That's
you.
fine. I just wanted that
all right,
fine.
perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Lula lento le. Like explaining something. It's easy. Right. Guys, that is going to bring us to the conclusion of our 2-day session. We must make money. We must make money. We must become millionaires. I told him when you become a millionaire, you must be arrogant. Yes, people are still nice. They're millionaires and they're nice. Chief, a nice millionaire, it doesn't work, it doesn't settle well. Stop being nice. Do. We all know what you are doing here. We all understand the jump, we all understand the WayaMore, we all understand the Operation Umbo. A communication channel, the people that invited you here and how you got here, those are the people that we ask any question that we have. But its target here too is to build. Okoko lapha Pietermaritzburg. Its target here too for now is Sobantu, Mbali, nase Edendale, ne? So, Gogo, you will coordinate it. Or the first places that we have to be, ngekudayise Gogo i-Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi mzini abantu nge-Wi-Fi kwakho. So njoba nikhona la Gogo ngithi nikhona i-hotspot kwakho ngithi nabo abanye fanele ibe khona sesontweni everywhere fanele ibe khona. So siqaleni, let us start talking. Right? Alex at home fanele ibe khona on your area, make sure you start building. I owe you a date na. Operation Mbo SOA2, we mustn't forget. Ukuthi SOA2 stays, we still have to extend lapha kuwe, convert you into 5G, MELS, everyone. Right. This program and party, Eyako, I fired you this morning and employing you again in party. Thank you very much. You can close your program part. I'm for noting on program la.
Thank you everyone. Siyacela ukuthi manijika niyala nihlala khona ngimswati phela nangisinanjika. So manibuyele emuva la nihlala khona nihambe safe and let us not drop the ball. I'm sorry. Let us not drop the ball. Lokhu lesisuka nawo lamandla esisuka nawo la. Kusasa awakhule. Akube impilo yethu le. So maybe sisavala besicela nje ukuthi sonke sisukume size la ngaphambili. Abogogo bazoma la ngaphambili singabavimbi sithathe ifoto la sikhona khona sonke. We'll try and fit in here. Cameraman, cela usishaya isithombe sebasicosha naba la ngaphandle. Wonke umuntu eze ngaphambili. Let's take this group picture. Keep la mano.
Come guys, don't beg me. Hey, as a young people, you're the hero of okay. Come to the front and say to the thing. Hey, what's on? Darren, what's on? Tommy, what's on? What's wrong with young people? You know, Bob, what's wrong with these young people? Hi, go. Young people, what's happening? Now. Yo. Out. All the short ones first. Yes, beautiful people. Take pictures.
Make sure we don't come down, want everyone see me, see my face, see me, make sure that you join me. Chest, hold there. Make sure that you can see me. I know I'm not that.
WayaMore.
TSG. Let's go.
Let's say WayaMore.
WayaMore.